I worked as a fire ranger for a couple of years and it was one of my favourite jobs that I've ever had. It's something that I'm almost envious that I couldn't do for longer. I did enjoy being outside, but to be honest, I'd kind of struggle with the loneliness really. Every so often you'd have somebody pop up or you might change over shift and have a brief interaction, but there wasn't really much time that you could spend with people, and that's something I didn't enjoy about the job. And I don't know, I just don't think it's good for you in the long run. I've recently changed jobs and I'm around people a lot more, and sometimes I do reminisce and think back, and I kind of trick myself into thinking it would be the right path for me now. But realistically, I know it wasn't, and I did have a story that happened to me that I'd like to share where I think this would be a good place for it. Now, where I was stationed was absolutely beautiful. We had these huge trees everywhere, which I absolutely loved, and you could do these beautiful nature walks through it, and that's something that I did quite frequently. I actually opted to walk for about an extra 2 miles just so I could go through more of it when I'd arrive for work. It was really gorgeous, honestly. And yeah, sometimes when I parked my car, it was easy for me to get lost and forget what I was truly there for. I kind of understand how places like this could inspire different stories. You know, like you get the Lord of the Rings and things like that. Well, I just kind of get it. And if you're someone that lives in a city, then I'd strongly recommend that you spend some time out in the forest. And I mean real forests, not just the parks. Like the national parks, you know, the big ones. Yeah, sorry if I'm going off topic at all now. So I'd like to share what happened on a Pacific night while I was on my duty. Now, before I get to that, I'll have to explain some of my day. Now, my day was pretty good. I spent most of my time just doing my watch and just listening to songs on the radio. I had a really strong radio up there and it really got good signal. I mean, how could it not being that high up? I tried my best not to go down too often, but I'd have to do it for the toilet every so often. I think from coming up the kind of spirally stairs, I ended up twisting my knee awkwardly and it was kind of playing me up. It was something I could hope I could just sleep off, but I wasn't too sure as I had a few other injuries on the same side of my body. For some reason, all of them happened to be in roughly the same place, but my other side was completely fine. Now, I did have to make this trip down a few times, and while doing so, something felt different. It was almost like the atmosphere was different when I got further down. Not in the sense of atmospheric, but I don't know, I just kind of felt tense and uneasy. Almost like something terrible had happened, but I didn't know what. I don't know if you've ever got bad news, but one that makes you panic. It was kind of similar to that, so for me this was a really bizarre thing. I did wander around a few times and try and take my mind off things, and that's when something else weird happened. While walking, my vision suddenly goes very blurry, and it's almost like I'm seeing double. Now during this time, for just a second, I can see some kind of figure further up. It almost looks like somebody dressed in medieval type robes, but the religious people. Now I only see it for a second, so I don't know whether this was in my head or not, but they suddenly just go with a big flash, and things are immediately back to normal. I think this is odd and think that I've gotten too hot, so I actually go back to the station. There's a thermometer there, and I quickly give myself a check over, but everything's normal. I decide I need to chug some more water. In places like this, it's pretty easy to not stay on top of how much you're eating or drinking. Also, some people in my family are diabetic, which is definitely not me because of the way I eat, but I don't know. You can never be too careful, I guess. So I decide that I should eat some food too. Now, once again, after eating, I get the weird feeling and the sense of dread comes over me that something's just off. I then realise I can see the same figure again that I saw before, though only this time I can see them much clearer than before, and I'm convinced it's actually a person. I then go to speak to them and say, hey, how are you doing? And they seemingly just ignore me and walk off. Another weird thing I noticed is that they don't have any hair whatsoever, almost like them Tibet monks but different. But what on earth would one be doing here? and they aren't really dressed appropriately. I don't know, their clothes just look too dated, and almost even if you're a religious person out here, it seems like you would actually dress more appropriately. You can get foot injuries really easily here, and yes, I was suffering from one of those too, and it was on the same side. I don't know whether it's plantar fasciitis, but the bottom of my foot was killing. I mean, that mixed with my knee being bad was really a big problem for me. But anyway, I tried to put that aside, and I just think it's a normal hiker. I get back up to the top of my station, and night's starting to fall. Now that's good for a couple of reasons, but one is it actually makes my job a lot easier. Because obviously you can spot fires quite easily in the darkness, but that's not always the only thing that you see. I had a report off one of my other friends who worked here, saying that he was staring up at the stars. He saw one move, then another, and assumed that it was a satellite, until suddenly they shoot off in different directions. I kind of joked about it and said, oh, it's just the old man going off on one again, but I don't know really. Especially when you're out here on your own, it's almost like if there are visitors come in, then they're going to choose this time to come and pounce on you. But hey, that was just my wider thinking. Me, I did like to stargaze every so often, and obviously being far away from light pollution you could see the stars really well, and it's something that I really enjoyed doing. Now as I'm stargazing, I am pretty certain I can see something off. It looks like a star, then another one moving parallel to each other, and I say, God, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing what my friend saw to myself. I won't say his name here, but I say, he wasn't crazy after all, and kind of laugh. These stars didn't shoot off, but there was definitely something weird about them. I actually worry that maybe the tower was starting to crumble or lean and that this is about to be it, but I stay still for a second and realise it isn't. This is actually one of my biggest fears that I have, the station going down with me on it and me just holding onto the sides trying to make it. I've had nightmares about this and generally wake up really scared inside the station, and when I've done that I've actually been really fearful that it's happening because obviously I'm up there and your body doesn't always get used to it, especially not for short spells, but this isn't the case. The stars are just weird. I tell myself that I'm just imagining things and I go to sit down. Now this is the first really strange thing that happened. I go to write in my diary that not much is happening today, and I wake up again. Now, I went into a very deep sleep and I must have dreamt for probably 12 hours. I had a very long dream that I was actually transported to medieval times, which is really bizarre. But this wasn't the case. Of course it wasn't. I looked at the alarm clock. It's only been 10 minutes. How could it have only been 10 minutes if I'd been dreaming for 12 hours? This is really bizarre. I then quickly scan around and grab my binoculars, worried that I've eclipsed time that is potentially dangerous, and this is one of our biggest issues on our job. If you fall asleep, you're not only putting your own life at risk, but also others who you're there to protect, and that's something that I don't want to jeopardize. So I quickly slam a coffee and try and normalize myself a bit. As I'm slowly waking up, I grab the binoculars and peer around, and that's when I see it. It almost looks like a glowing ember of a fire, and with some excitement, I quickly focus in the lenses. That's when I see another one, and another one. I then put the binoculars down trying to see it, but they're just too far away for me. Thinking that maybe this is some kind of encounter with the third kind, I start to panic a bit now. I then pan around the binoculars, and it seems like it's a big row that continues and continues. I can't believe what I'm seeing. All of the lights form a big circle around my tower, and they're getting closer and closer. They're all kind of like a red-yellow glow, but it's really weird. I look up quickly expecting there to be a big mothership about to take me away, but strangely I don't see anything. I look down and around, and that's my best explanation. I then quickly go over to the radio and radio in that something's definitely off and there might be fire very close to me. They say that they're going to send a team out to investigate and to make sure that I stay in radio contact and obviously evacuate if necessary. I say no worries and I quickly jump down to look outside again. While looking around with my binoculars, I can suddenly see that they're very close and almost at the base of my tower, which is impossibly quick. Now, after letting my eyes adjust for a few seconds, I suddenly realise that these are people holding these torches. These seem to be people, but very small, all wearing the same kind of dark robes that I've seen earlier. I now scream and run back into the tower and report that there's no fire, there's people coming to burn this thing down. They then say not to worry and that they're sending some other people there, and they ask me to see what else is happening. I'm almost froze to the spot, but I force myself to go and look outside, and when I do, there's nothing. Literally, nobody there below the tower, nobody around at all, for miles. I search desperately. I frantically try and explain what's happening, and I ask them desperately to send some people out, and they say not to worry, there are. They then start questioning, am I fully awake yet, and am I sure it's not just my eyes playing tricks on me, but I'm absolutely certain at what I've seen. I ended up staying up there and refusing to come down until another 20 minutes until some other workers arrived. They question me, and they say they can't see evidence of anyone. Now, this is where it gets a bit crazy for me. One of them does find something odd. They can see some strange markings on the ground. It's almost like hieroglyphs, but not quite. It's like strange symbols that have been burned into the ground, obviously with something, but there's no people whatsoever. We do quite a big look around and we literally can't find anything to explain what this is. I'm completely freaked out now, and luckily one of the other workers takes over from me. A few days go by and nothing else really happens, and eventually I return to another station and the rest of my job goes completely normal for those couple of years. Now, none of the other workers experienced anything even remotely similar to what I did that day, and that kind of messes with me in more ways than one. I know for a fact that I wasn't seeing things, but I still don't know what I saw that day. This experience put me off being a fire ranger, and I'm kind of glad that I did, because I'd hate to be out there alone and have something similar happen again. Since this, I've also never been able to camp alone. While working as a ranger, I stumbled upon something that will never be removed from my memory. Now, I was doing my regular patrols when I noticed something odd. I can see what appears to be two white sticks holding up something. I get closer and investigate what it is, and it becomes apparent that these are some kind of animal bones holding up something. Extremely curious about what this is, I go around to the other side, and to my horror, I can see my name on a wooden sign in what appears to be blood. Now by this point, I wasn't sure if what I was actually looking at was human remains or something, so of course, I radio this in, and the law enforcement are also involved. Turned out upon lab testing, it was all belonging to animals, the blood and the bones, but that leaves a question that still haunts me. Who knew my full name, and why did they place it there for me to find? I remembered one thing I saw while working on the trails. It kind of haunted me a lot, especially because people were so casual about it. I remembered somebody said, hey, are you a ranger? And I said, yeah, what's wrong? And they said, well, my dog keeps looking at this tree weird, I think you should investigate it. So I go over and make my way to this tree that they keep on going on about, until I see it. Probably about 50 or 60 feet up into the air is a carcass of an animal. It's pretty much bone dry, almost like it had been fleshed out, and only the bones were left. How it got up there, I never knew, or was able to ever find out, and it's still the weirdest thing that I've ever seen in my life. I work as a park ranger, and I had something that I experienced today which I don't quite understand. One of my other worker colleagues had told me that he had seen something weird that he couldn't explain and wanted me to investigate too. He'd given me the exact location and said that he wasn't going to preface it, he just wanted me to go there and let him know what my experience was, and I said okay. I was actually a little bit cautious, but I'd known this colleague for a while, so I make my way over to that location and I find a door, literally in the middle of the woods, for no reason at all. It looks like quite an old door, but kind of like a grand one that you might see on an old house, and weirdly, it had one of those old door knockers. I look around and don't see anything and decide to get closer and make it up to the door. Now when I get to the door, I can hear a weird sound around it, almost like lots and lots of people whispering, but there's no one around. It's very faint but very distinct. I decide that I should maybe try and open it, but before I do, I'm kind of caught making eye contact with the knocker. It's so creepy looking. It's like an almost demon face one, but I decide to tap on it a few times to knock on the door. And as I do so, for a moment, everything changes to red and black in colour, almost like I'm looking at something through a filter. I look around and I can only describe this as being in hell. I'm in what appears to be a weird cave system or something. I can hear screams all around me, some weird dark figures moving in the distance, and there seems to be blood dripping off everything, and within a second I go back to normal, and the whispering stopped. So I very bravely sprint back and get all the way back to the station and report to my buddy what had happened. He said he didn't know what to make of it too. Now this is the weirdest part. When we went back to investigate with a group of others and were actually recording it this time, it's nowhere to be found. We gone to the exact spot that we had both seen it and it was literally completely gone, like it never existed in the first place. Now today I'd like to share my story that happened quite a number of years ago, though the feelings have never really left me. I'm somebody who spent a lot of time working out in nature. I was a park ranger, so I'd always done things outside. I mean, not just while I was at work, but for other reasons too. I remembered I had some friends that were really begging me to go out to the desert with them. I had this best friend called John, and he was the one who was the most up for it. He kept on telling me about all of these crazy experiences that he had out in this particular area of the desert. He said that he would see these people, well, he kind of describes them as some kind of beings or something, and I don't know, it was linked to UFOs and things, and I'm actually sure that I saw a UFO once. I was on top of one of our towers that you use for lookouts, and I saw a light in the sky that almost appeared red then purple, then suddenly split off in 4 different directions with different sections of it going the different ways. So yeah, I was kind of up for this. I was a little skeptical. I mean, even though I'd seen a UFO, I didn't really trust my eyes, and being out there and being so bored at times, I guess your mind plays tricks on you. But this friend John kept on and on going on about it, and eventually I decided to agree. He said it was kind of like a spiritual place that you could go to, and pretty much you'd be able to talk through all of your problems with these beings and that everything would be okay. Now don't ask me why I actually agreed to do this. I don't know, I guess I wasn't thinking at the time. I'm not someone who really gives into peer pressure too. He'd actually been going on about this for ages, and I don't know, I felt bad for always saying no, so we set out on one particular day. We parked up and made sure that we have all of our water with us, and we set off. Now we had some camping gear with us, so we're going to be okay as long as the water didn't run too low. We decided that we'd never go far from where we parked, so that way we can always go back and get more supplies if we really need them. So with that, off we went. Now the first area that we're going in, you can see lots of different tire tracks, and apparently according to John this wasn't good because it meant other people would be around, but he told me not to worry too much about this. The area that we're in is actually pretty nice. We're kind of flanked by hills and there's kind of like a mountainy part up ahead of us. It looks really cool though, to be honest. And we continue on our hike. Now John's actually a really good friend and he's genuinely one of the only people that actually understands me and is very similar with me in life. We have had a few arguments, but just over silly things, and I guess this guy was more of a brother than my actual brother to me at times. Now that meant we would talk about everything. Often it was about relationships and other things that had went wrong in our lives before, and the more we spoke, I guess the more that we realised we're similar. And again, I didn't actually know just how similar we were. I mean, heck, it was pretty unbelievable, but I won't share too many details here about that, just because it kind of goes into some of the darkness that we both seem to experience somehow at the same time, almost living opposite lives, but parallel emotionally. So we talk through everything, and he says that we're not too far from where we need to get to, and that's when we encounter the first group of people. Now they do seem a little bit weird at first. John also seems a little bit hesitant, but he ends up going up to them and starts talking. It turns out that they're here for the same reason, and although they seem a little bit weird, we decide to try and talk to them. I wasn't sure if one of them was on something, but he just seemed too talkative. They tell us that they've got something they want us to drink, and apparently they made some nice bush tea for us. Who was I to say no, and I end up drinking it. We exchange a couple of snacks, and it was actually a really good time. Now we'd been with these guys for quite a while, and eventually decide that it's time to leave them and go on. Now we continue on our way, and you can actually see that the path is marked by different rocks that people have put there, so we know that we're not going anywhere too dangerous or anything. My friend John constantly reminds me to drink lots of water, and I keep doing so. I seem to get a headache now, which I really can't fend off for some reason. I have pretty sensitive eyes though. I can't even look at the ground when it's bright without sunglasses, without my eyes being strained. I also get this weird thing where I kind of see like flashy lights or something, but I know what it is. It's not a migraine, but I guess it's just my eyes going weird. Sometimes I'll see a strange bright colour too, but I guess that doesn't matter too much. We come up to one part of the hike where there's quite a big drop on the left hand side of us. If we're going to fall now, we're going to be in trouble, so we really try our best to avoid this. My friend then says that we haven't got too much further to go before we get to the people, and that's when we encounter some rangers. That's really odd, I think. There shouldn't be any rangers up here whatsoever. I don't know what they're doing, and we just say hi, and don't really think much of it and just keep going. They seem a little odd, but I wasn't paying too much attention. That's when my buddy John says, "Did you notice something?" I say, "No, what's that?" He says, "Well, those guys looked almost exactly the same as each other, and I don't know, something just felt really off about them." I didn't really notice it, but trying to think of it, it almost felt like they didn't have much of a facial expression, almost like they were wearing a rubber mask, but I can't really tell. They eventually go off a little bit further, and we don't think too much of it as they slowly go out of sight. I then explained that I've heard about some twins who become park rangers in an area not far from where I was working at the time, and that, yeah, it's just basically a normal thing that you will get stuff like this. You know, you get families who are raised in the outdoors like me, and that's what the families want to do, jobs like ours. And my buddy John tells me not to worry too much and makes a joke out of it. And I tell him, hey, I'm not the one worried here. And we press on. Now my friend keeps on talking to me about this thing and how great it's going to be. And eventually we set up the tents. We do this, and I keep on slamming my water. One thing that's weird is that I haven't really had the urge to urinate too much yet. Usually I'll be going like every 10 seconds almost, but I don't really feel the urge to. I guess it was hot, but the weird thing is it's not really too hot now. There's kind of an overcast in the clouds, and it means that it's not really warm, it's actually a little bit cold. But John says, hey, come on man, we've got to go up to this before sundown, because this hill is where you're going to see it. Now, I was either convinced that he was just off his head, or there were actually aliens here. We're nowhere near Roswell, so it wasn't anything like that. But I don't know, I've given him the benefit of the doubt. Talking to this friend though was honestly like a therapy in itself. It was almost like the ideas that I had, my friend could give me, and the ideas that he had, he could give me, and it would kind of complete each other. Not in a weird way, but just kind of like a nice bond and friendship. So yeah, it's getting a little bit dark, and I keep telling my body that we have to remember where the tent is because we're not going to see it. My friend doesn't take much notice of me and keeps on going. Now, he says that he's going to continue on, but I say that I feel like I need to stop for a bit. I don't know why, but suddenly the headache becomes absolutely overwhelming. Now, my friend continues on and I just let him go. Now, I feel extremely tired suddenly and I don't want to sleep, but you know when you try and lay on your side and not sleep, you know what happens? Yeah, you end up sleeping. Now, that was exactly what happened to me. I managed to wake myself up a couple of times, but I kind of drift off again. It's almost like I've got an alarm clock in my head, but I permanently had it on snooze and I wake up again. When I woke up, I felt like I'd slept for ages and almost like I'd had the best night's sleep of my life, but everything felt different now. I get up and look at the sky, and it's kind of got like an orange hue to it, and I continue on the trail and try and find where my friend is. For some reason when I wake up, I suddenly feel much more peaceful. I wasn't concerned about finding my friend and I presumed that he just left me there to sleep and went back to the tent, so I decided to go on myself. I drank quite a lot of water again and I was actually running out in my first tank, which is surprising. Again, no urge to urinate, which I think is really weird, but I keep going. Now as I'm walking, I can hear a strange humming. It was almost like a kind of energy is the best way I can describe it. I wasn't entirely sure what it was, but I knew I should keep going and I thought maybe, just maybe, this is what John was telling me about. And I thought in the back of my head, maybe this is him up here making those sounds. I decide to continue and I make it a bit further now. The going's actually quite tough here and the terrain's quite rocky now. I'm not too happy about this because I keep on whacking my shins when I'm trying to go up this thing. And also I keep getting little branches and things that are cutting up my ankles. But for some reason I'm not too bothered by this, and that's weird too because usually I'm really worried. As I get higher and higher up, I realise something weird now. I seem to be talking to myself in my head kind of far too much. It's quite weird. It goes from very positive to suddenly very negative, and it keeps on switching between the two. And that's when I realise that something's different about the sky. The colours seem off and the sky just seems far too bright. Now, I think this is really bizarre, but nothing too much to worry about. Again, I wasn't really thinking straight at this time. Now, I end up just walking and walking and I don't necessarily have a destination in mind. I don't know how far I was gone for, but I see my buddy up ahead of me. At least I think it's John. I say, John, John, and he keeps on walking and rounds a corner. I think, God, you're such an idiot. My foot was starting to hurt now and I can't be bothered to walk quicker, but I practically force myself to power up towards him. I eventually make it there and I realise something strange. He's just vanished. I try and figure out where that he's actually gone to and I walk up the hill and look over it, and there he is again. John, John, I scream out, but he doesn't listen. What's weird is that he just keeps on and on walking, but he seems to be far too far away from me. Even if he sprinted down this hill, he shouldn't have been able to get this far, and I suddenly realise that I can't see him any longer. I think this is odd and I look around, and suddenly I've realised that there's a few more people around. There's quite a lot up on a ridge and they're all waving at me trying to get me to come over to them. I can see that they brought some kind of dirt bike with them, and I put my hand on it, but I decide to leave it because it's theirs. I think that this is a group that we've seen earlier, so I start to go further and further. And my god, do I have a bad migraine or something, because my eyes are going a bit funny. I'm kind of seeing the weird colours again, but my vision's definitely a bit off now. I try not to think too much of it, and I reach down and realise that there's all water over my hand. I quickly start slapping around trying to figure out where the source of it's from, and notice how cold my hand is, when I realise that suddenly my hand isn't wet and it's in my head. I'm not aware that something's off at this point, and I just thought it was lucky that there's no water here. I then open up my bag and start drinking, and I realise that the heavens have opened up now. There's rain falling all around me, and it feels quite nice to be out of the desert sun. Now, I eventually make it up to the hill where all the people are waving, and it seems like they're being very friendly to me, saying good things and encouraging me. I stop to get a bit of breath and rest my legs for a few moments, and I say, "Hey guys, wait for me, I won't be long." And that's when I realise that my vision's gone a bit weird. It almost feels like I'm going backwards now, but I'm not. I take a few deep breaths and I become very, very conscious of my breathing and the rain around me. This calms me a lot, and I think the deep breathing did me some good. And I'll continue on and make sure that I can see my new friends at the top of the hill. There seems to be less and less of them now, and I eventually make it all the way up there. Now when I get to the very top, suddenly something changes. It's almost like they've all just appeared around me suddenly, but as I look at them, their faces seem off, and I suddenly notice that there's something very inhuman about them. Now, their faces look much more scary, and suddenly they morph into some kind of dark figures which tower over me. I mean, it starts off with about my height until they're about 2 or 3 times taller, and suddenly they surround me. But for whatever reason, I don't feel afraid and I don't feel scared of anything. I kind of notice that they're around me, and because I can't see now, I kind of lose my balance and fall over for a second. When I fall over, I'm staring back up at the sky now. I don't feel any pain or anything, but I can see lightning bolts all around me, and the rain picks up a lot more. I wiped my eyes trying to figure out what was happening when I eventually managed to get myself up off the ground again. I'm looking around and the figures are gone. I think, my god, did I encounter them? Was that it? What did I get out of this? Did I learn anything? Did I see anything? Are they actually there? And I think that this can't necessarily be anything that I actually believe's there. And I decide that I should keep looking for John. It suddenly clicks again. Now, that's when I start to get a bit scared. I have a sudden feeling of panic, and the more that I panic, the worse I feel, and I start picking up the pace more and more. And I start to see these beings again. These are different from the ones that I've seen earlier, and they seem a lot more malicious and malevolent. The further I go, the closer they seem to come towards me. It gets to a point where I honestly feel like there's an army of them behind me, and I don't dare look around. I'm not sure how long this went on for with this weird feeling of being followed, but my god, it must have been a long time. And I can tell you that I did not feel good during 1 second of it. I was trying to loop my way back round to where the tent should be, but to be honest, I had no idea of where I was going. Now, as you can imagine, this is incredibly dangerous out in the desert, especially if you're on your own, but I wasn't thinking of that. I remember eventually I was able to stop and turn around, and they're gone again. I look up in the sky for UFOs, and the stars seem to be too bright, and there seems to be too many of them. I wipe my eyes and it's rain again. I realise something's definitely off now. I start trying to hit my head, not hard, just enough to make sure I'm awake, but yes, I am. Now suddenly things seem to go straight back to normal. The raining stopped now, which I'm pretty happy about. and I continue now, but I'm no longer on the path. I'm going towards some kind of darker area now, where the sun seems to be far from me. I get here and I feel like I'm on a barren wasteland, and I call out for John. All I'm met with is echoes, and I'm convinced that he's back in the tent. I say, John, you better be in that tent and I better find you there. And I start trying to go downhill now, and that's when I fall. I don't know how it happened, but I can only imagine that my foot got snagged on a rock, and I actually fall quite a bit down, tumbling. I fall asleep again, and now I wake up and John is prodding me. At least I think it's John. I say, John, what are you doing? Confused as to who it is. And that's when I see it. One of the dark beings has found me, and there's a sea of stars behind him, and he takes me by my hand and lifts me up. Now, as he's lifting me up, I realise that I'm in some kind of different area again to where I thought I was. For some reason, this being seems a lot more friendly than the others, and seems to be guiding me away from wherever I was before. I look back and I can see the army of the others once again, and this thing just demands without saying anything that I look forward, and that's exactly what I do. Now, I keep going down pretty treacherous terrain, but this thing seems to be really helping me get through. Now, as weird as it sounds, I was pretty much having a full-on conversation with this thing in my head. It spoke in almost like a hushed tone, but kind of with more reverberation. It was like every time that it spoke, I would hear things and feel it through my body. I was asking where we were going and it said to safety, and I kept asking what's happening and it kept saying don't worry, don't worry. Now I'm not sure when it happened, but this being, whatever it is, left me, and it was up to me to continue the rest of the journey. I look around and it's much further away now, pointing, trying to usher me to go forwards, and I follow it. I'm now walking pretty close to some kind of crevasse or something. Almost like a very, very small Grand Canyon's probably the best way that I can describe it, but maybe not grand because of how small it is. Again, I'm going on a pretty sheer rock face, and how I don't fall at this point is beyond me. I know that my fall was definitely real though because of the blood on my white socks. Now, it doesn't take too much longer, and a miracle happens. I can see the tent, and it's where it should be, and I can see the silhouette of something or someone in it. Is it my friend? What is it? I think to myself. Now, I'm pretty much glued to the spot, and I realise that I've been asking myself this over and over again in my head for God knows how long, until eventually I decide that I've got to will myself forward, and it's almost like I've got to will one foot ahead of the other. I eventually make it there and open the tent, and John's there. I say, John, what are you doing? He says, hi, you're back. I was getting worried about you. I say, what do you mean? He said, I thought you said you were going to come back soon and we're going to take a leak. I say, I didn't say that. You were just going up the hill. And he looks at me very confused. I then tell him about the beings, and he tells me that he saw some too, but he wasn't sure what to think of it, because he was quite tired and thought it was a dream. He then tells me that he thinks what he saw was me, and called out, but I didn't reply, so he told me to meet me back at the tent, and he fell asleep. I decided not to tell him exactly what I'd seen, and I ended up crashing out. Now, I woke up again the next morning, and my god did I feel terrible. My body felt like absolute crud, and I decided the best thing to do is slam lots of water. I feel a lot better, and suddenly my heart starts pounding. Suddenly, all of my senses come flooding back to me, and the fear, this terrible fear of realising what had happened the night before, comes back to me. I let out a loud gasp and grab my friend John, who is still sleeping. I shake him awake, and it looks like he's just seen a ghost because of the way that I've awoken him. I then explain everything that happened to him, and that's when it hits us. Something was definitely off last night. I explain my story, and he then tells me his, and we Weirdly, both describe the beings as being almost exactly the same as each other, and we have this horrible feeling of dread, like something's really off. My friend John now realizes that he definitely didn't understand what actually happened to me, and that it's weird because we have different stories of how we lost each other. We decide that we need to go back and make sure that we stay nice and hydrated because we're going to move quick, and we quickly pack up the things. Now, I can't describe to you the feeling of dread that I had when I packed up everything and I start heading back with John. I was absolutely convinced that it was paramount that we were about to be followed by those beings. Now, I have to tell you, in this moment, it was so real. What I'd seen and experienced is truly like nothing else I've ever seen on Earth before. And I don't know, in the moment I was kind of in this trance, so I just guess I went along with it. I remembered every time that I'd see a bush or tree that was darker than the rest, I almost had a mini heart attack. But I kept going. I didn't have a choice. The weird thing is too that the landscape all looked different from the way we'd come in. Luckily though, John knew the way, and eventually we make it back to the rocks which had been put there by others to mark the way. Now, neither of us say anything. We're both very, very, very paranoid and constantly looking around, trying to see if there's anything there or any kind of explanation for what we'd just seen. We start talking a bit, and that's the more scared we get, the more we try and match up what had happened. Now, eventually we do make it back, and my god, getting back to being inside a vehicle was probably the best feeling in the world. I was actually so shaken up that I couldn't drive though, and I just had to lock the doors and just lay in the seat for a while, trying to think of what had happened. Had we been drugged? My buddy John then says that he thinks that we were probably drugged and that those guys probably spiked us with something that we ate or drank. He said it sounded like a weird drug that he had heard about before that can make you hallucinate, and apparently the plant for it and seeds are actually quite common in nature, and he thinks they probably got it from here and thought it'd be funny to do it and not tell us. I was convinced of the same thing because the whole thing just felt so weird. God, how could they be so evil to us? I mean, we literally could have died. We could have ended up like those hikers who went out into the wilderness and just disappeared. What really worried me is the fact that we got separated out here, completely out of our minds, both of us. Now, anything could have happened to me. I checked for bruises and I didn't have a headache or anything, but I could have easily hit my head and got brain bleeding or something. I don't know, it's just too easy to happen out here. But the thing that neither of us understand is, how do we get back? We both agree that we're probably miles away from each other at some point, because at the very least, we should have heard each other screaming out, but we didn't hear a thing. And the rest of the drive back was a pretty weird one. This is when the both of us discovered that we had also seen the rain before, but the area around us didn't seem to be too wet. I mean, yeah, it is a desert, so it could have just evaporated, but I don't know. It just felt a little bit different somehow. And eventually we get back. Now we make it to John's mum's house, and John's mum says, "God, you guys must have seen it. Surely you guys seen it. Tell me you did. It was right where you guys were staying." We look at each other very concerned. Was this the first that the beings had been actually reported or what? And his mum then says, "Did you see the UFO? I saw it. So many of our neighbours saw it." I say, "What do you mean?" Getting a little bit angry. She says, "The UFO. So many of us saw it. Those weird flashing lights in the sky. It was almost like a big triangle with red glowing orbs under it. It went over to roughly where you guys were staying in the desert. Then a few more appeared, and it was there in the same place for about a good half an hour." My heart drops now. Apparently it was accompanied by a quick storm, and suddenly they just shot off, never to be seen again that night. Apparently hundreds of people had all seen the same thing, and the timeline pretty much matched up to when we got over there. Now, me and John looked at each other, and we went off into his room and sat down for a while. We made some tea and just kind of stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Now, it's been quite a while since this experience, and I don't know, I could have very easily been drugged with my friend, but the fact that a lot of what we had seen matched up with each other, and the other fact that so many people had seen something in the sky that night exactly where we are, it just seems a little bit weird. It just doesn't feel right. I don't know. Before I'd eventually become a park ranger, I was a scout. I actually went on some summer trips to get some training in, and just try and get used to the great outdoors a bit more. I'd always thoroughly enjoyed these trips. I remember though that my view of this changed when I got older. Now let me explain. My father had also worked as a scout leader, so I didn't really feel uncomfortable being in those kind of environments. I pretty much had all of the work to do with my dad at home. He would really teach me the most. We would go on lots of trips together, out into the woods, so that way I could get accustomed and acclimatized to it. I'd actually known for a long time that I'd want to work as a park ranger when I got older, and my dad actually really helped and supported me with this. I found having a strong figure like that in my life definitely helped me. He could always give me guidance and the confidence whenever I needed it. He also seemed to be able to sense good things were happening when they were. I haven't really met anybody else similar. My dad actually says that he can sense paranormal and things like that, which he's also kind of evidenced before. He might be able to walk into a place which is old and say, "I don't like this room." And then later, we'd find out that the room was haunted supposedly and things like that. So I'd always really trusted my dad. And I remember, like I said, one specific event happening which I couldn't explain with my father. This is a digression from the main story, but I think it's quite interesting to share it. Now this happened when we went out together, and my dad wanted to show me how to do some hunting. We'd always bring some supplies with us, but he always emphasized the importance of making sure that you had more than enough and that you didn't leave anything out there. He said there's nothing worse than being hungry out here. Apparently you couldn't always hunt when you needed to, and also if you went into certain areas you couldn't just take what you wanted from the land. That was mind-blowing for me at the time because I just wasn't used to there being rules. I thought you could do whatever you wanted because in my young mind nobody owned this land, but of course I was wrong. I remember we set out, and my dad seemed to be a little bit confused. He kept on repeating again and again that no, this isn't where we should be. We should be somewhere different by now. This is before we had smartphones or GPS, so he was constantly looking down at a map. I tried to look and help, but I could make literally no sense of the thing whatsoever. But we were certainly lost. We'd only been out here for about an hour or two, which was especially strange. Now, eventually, we seem to be able to figure out roughly where we are, but the more that we go on, the more my dad tells me that no, we're just not where we should be. I've never really seen my father panic before, so I guess it was a little bit weird seeing him starting to. Then again, we'd only been out here for about half an hour or so before eventually we find our way back. What was weird is that it seemed very dark, almost like it was about to rain. We've been so focused on getting ourselves back out of here that we hadn't really noticed it until now. Really weird. That's when my dad looks at his clock and he's absolutely shocked. 12 hours have passed since we've been out there. It'd literally been about an hour according to me and my dad, or maybe an hour and a half. There was no way that 12 hours could have passed in that short amount of time. My dad kept checking on his watch to make sure it was working, hitting it a few times. We then get back into his car and yep, 12 hours times passed and it was truly nightfall, not just the weather changing. That was extremely weird. I still can't explain it to this day. It's almost like we stepped into another reality and time had kind of warped around us. I don't know how to explain it, but it was definitely weird. Now for my main story, like I said, I was pretty big into the Boy Scouts, and I remember one group that I'm never going to forget. I'd been sent away there one summer to spend about a month with them, and I said goodbye to my mum and dad and excitedly went forward. I was very excited to collect all of the badges and do all of the challenges because in my mind, it was accelerating my career. I remember the first couple of days went pretty well and nothing seemed to be too far out of the ordinary. However, strange things started occurring. Every so often they would go away from where I was and they would just do weird things. I mean, they would just act weird and say weird things that I didn't understand. In my young mind, I presumed that this is because they're talking in another language and it's one that I'm not used to. I was probably about 13 or 14 at the time, so I was definitely young, but again, I wasn't too fazed by this. So I thought not much of it. Now after a couple of weeks, I kept on getting this burning smell in my tent. I'd wake up in the night time, and sometimes I could have swore that I'd see movement. I just couldn't explain it. I'd wake up in the morning, and I'd ask the team if anybody had went anywhere, but they'd reassure me that no, nobody went anywhere and just going back to sleep was the best thing I could do, so I did. There was a few other kids there too, but they basically slept through everything, and I basically start to doubt whether it's in my head or not. I had some good intelligence at the time to realise something was off, but I kind of pushed this away from the forefront of my mind. So we go out one day again, and while walking through the woods, I do notice that there's other people coming in the opposite direction. I think we're out to do fishing or something like this that day, I couldn't remember, but they were dressed pretty weird. They were also carrying something that stunk. I went to wave at them and one of the others said, no, it's fine. I then realised that he knows these people, and again, it kind of reassured me, but I didn't really trust it for some reason. There was about 5 of them walking in a row, holding something carried on their shoulders which was tied in but covered in a bag, so I couldn't tell what it was. So they go off. So now, we get to the fishing spot, and again, nothing's too weird. We just get on with our things, and that's when I start speaking to some of the other kids there. They say apparently that they've heard some weird things in the night now. Finally, I'm not alone. I say, what did you hear? And they say that they've heard screaming and even seen blood and things like that around where we were camping, and strange markings. I don't know what to think of it, and I think maybe somebody got hurt out in the woods or something. But I was so confident being with this group of adults that I presumed that nothing could hurt me and that it's all in my head. So I decided not to tell the others about the weird things that I had been noticing too. I was actually a little bit annoyed that nobody said anything to me earlier. Like, why did everybody else seem to know of these other things but me? Strange, I think. Now we go on for almost the last week, and I'm then awoken in the night by something else strange. I hear a constant whacking sound. It's like somebody punching a tree with a metal glove. It's almost like not as strong as a hammer, but not much else, if that makes sense. It sounded like a thud, but it was just off. I then wake up in the night and I go to try and figure out what this is. I slowly peer out of my tent, and further up ahead, I can see something crazy happening. I can literally see some kind of animal laying there on the ground which has clearly passed away, blood absolutely everywhere, and people dancing around it. I can now make out the reason that I'm hearing the thudding sound. Somebody's beating a drum. I think it's crazy. But being so scared, I just go back to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I didn't want to go outside of my tent, but I really needed more water, so that forces me out. One of the leaders there asked why I'm late, and I started explaining what I heard, and he looks a little bit weird about it. He says, I don't know, can you describe them? And he looks at me weirdly, and he says, don't think too much about it. I now realise that something's really off here. So we go on for another few days, and eventually, my dad appears out of nowhere. Now, I don't know why he come, but he says that he needs to take me home because of some kind of family emergency. So, I head off home with my dad. It turned out somebody in our family got quite unwell very quickly, and we had to see them overnight, but luckily they were fine. Now everything's normal for the next couple of years, and that's when I asked my dad about the group much later. The more I explain it to him, the more concerned he looks, and I say, yeah, there was just something odd about the group. He then asks me to detail what had happened, and he looks at me very weirdly, and he says, son, I'm so sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I then ask him to explain more, and he says that I think I've made a horrible mistake. He then does some researching and looking round, and it turned out that there was an occult operating out in the woods where I went, and there were some people which were pretending to be Boy Scout leaders that were actually trying to recruit young children into their cult. Now, it absolutely blew my mind when I heard this. I can never be 100% sure that that is what happened to me, but from what I saw and heard, it seems very likely that that was the case. My dad coming over there that time probably saved me from God knows what happening to me. I'm someone who always did night security, and I never really enjoyed it, so I eventually changed my careers and become a forest ranger. Now this is a job that I absolutely loved. I remember on one shift, I got a report that I had to go and check out an area because people were littering, and I got there and of course there was nothing. The wind and stuff would make things blow away everywhere, and it could be really difficult to track down even litter, let alone the litter bugs. Now that's when I noticed something strange. There's a deer up ahead. I say deer, but then I realised that it was attached to a person. I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like a deer standing up with the front part of a human. Now I was absolutely awestruck by this. I've never seen anything like it. It was accompanied with a strange clicking sound and the sounds of somebody calling out for help. Now, I was very brave in this moment and I completely bolted out of there. Much of my retreat is a complete blur, but I eventually made it back to the station and I explained what had happened. I was pretty concerned, and some of the other rangers then called me in and decided to tell me what this is. Apparently, they're called skinwalkers. Now, at the time I wasn't sure what it was, but apparently they'll imitate the sounds of your loved ones or other hikers, try and lure you out and do God knows what, and they told me just to ignore them. Imagine trying to do that. I vowed to myself that I would never go up to one if I'd actually seen it again, and weirdly, I'd never seen one again since. I felt a lot better knowing that whatever this thing is hadn't followed me anywhere, but God, it still haunts me to this day. Just seeing that thing was enough to fuel most of my nightmares, and I do have days where I wake up in cold sweats thinking of it. I'd worked in my job for about 10 years and I really enjoyed it. Though eventually I did kind of get tired of seeing the same things. Now some of my friends said, oh, maybe you should get a different job and not work as the park ranger that I had for so long. But I don't know, there was something about it that I just couldn't seem to go away from. I wouldn't say I was necessarily drawn to work in the forest, but it just kind of connected with my soul, and I'd done it for a number of years afterwards. I'd like to share some weird things that happened to me with you guys, because I think it's important that other people know about them. Now, the woods are pretty big, and we don't really know too much about what's out there. Now, keeping that in mind, I'm open to the possibility that some of what happened to me was just done by weird people, but at the same time, I'm not really so sure. Now, this particular event happened when I was relatively isolated too. I was basically patrolling somewhere, and I eventually got moved to go and inspect a cabin. The cabin was fine and we knew that. I just needed to stay there for a couple of days just to complete all of my checks. Now, this is something I thoroughly look forward to. It meant I could read and drink my coffee and just bring a few newspapers up there with me and just have a nice time being there on my own. I'm one of those people where it takes a few days of getting away before my mind completely opens and gets off of the tasks and things that are around me. I was having a hard time escaping from some of the stresses of life. I was staying strong and getting on with things, but I was going full speed ahead and not really taking any time for myself to sort things. So I could really do with this break. Some of my other friends at work there said they found the same thing too, but they did report feeling weird when they were out in the cabin. They said that they had the feelings of being watched. I didn't really take much notice of this because obviously, if you're out there in the woods, these feelings can come across very quickly. So it wasn't anything to be surprised about really. I don't know. When you'd worked out there for a number of years, I guess you kind of got used to it all, so I wasn't really fazed. So, I look forward to my journey. I remembered that on my last night before heading out there, things were pretty good, and some of the other guys there were just having a few jokes with me, trying to put me off the whole thing. They said, you know, there's Sasquatches out there. You heard about the bears that can come out of the trees and things like that, just joking. I didn't let it bother me though, and I said my goodbyes and set out. I remembered going home that day. I felt pretty comfortable and happy knowing that there was good things ahead of me. To be honest, my thinking was getting a little bit more negative at the time and I needed to get away. I won't go into too many details about things that was happening, but you could say it wasn't the greatest time of my life around now. I was using work as an escape really, which isn't the best of things, and yeah, everything worked out exactly the way that I wanted to. I'm now married with my wife and have a small boy on the way, and I'm really excited about this. I got another job that I absolutely love, just at the time those things seem far away. When I get home I make sure that I packed up all of my coffee and everything else that I could need for this. I didn't have to bring that many things with me. I had some cookies and other supplies and snacks. You do get the supplies out there, but they're kind of more like military rations or MREs if you call them that. So I wanted to bring some other sugary things to make this more exciting. The cabin actually has a fridge and it's relatively well stocked, but sometimes the fridge will go out, and that's going to be annoying because you're going to have a very hungry few day tenor there, which I was trying to avoid happening to me. I remember driving over from the gas station. I actually took the wrong turn and go back to the normal place that I work, forgetting instinctively that I was supposed to be in the cabin, and I turn around. One of the rangers waves me away and pretended that he was saluting me like I was going on a military mission I wasn't coming back from. I did it back. I didn't really think much of it. As I'm driving, the trees are providing some very nice shade from the intense sunshine. Now it is one of those summers where the sky was beautifully clear, and it makes beautiful shaded areas in the forest. It was such a beautiful place to be. I really recommend anybody that hasn't been out there before to try it, because I think it's great. So I continue on my drive and there's some insects that are getting into my little truck, and this is annoying. One of them I couldn't get out for the life of me. I'm not sure whether it is a mosquito or what because I was concentrating on the road, but God was it annoying. I actually had my shirt off trying to bat it, but then I realised that I couldn't put my shirt back on again, and it was actually quite funny. Nobody really knows about this. This is the first time I've told people about this specific detail. Now, eventually I managed to get to where I have to park up and I dismount. I still don't know what insect had actually got into my truck. I just figure out that hopefully, after a couple of days of being locked in there, it will die. Or worse, it will have children, then I've got a new problem. But I'll worry about it later. So I get my box of things and everything and I start walking down there. Now again, the trees are absolutely wonderful. I feel really at peace and happy. This almost like every direction that I look in, there's nature all around me. And I couldn't feel more happy. I'm honestly beaming at this point. You can see the high rock formations all around me and it looks incredible. It honestly looks like it's something out of a film. And I'll take my way across a bridge with a stream that once ran. Closer to the winter months there'll actually be more water through this, but it's just become so dry that there's nothing there. Sometimes I wonder how the trees stay so strong and lavish, but they do. Now, after probably about 2 hours of hiking and seeing lots of dragonflies and other beautiful insects, I eventually make it to the cabin. And it looks pretty dusty. It looks like it's been coated by a sandstorm or something. It's a bit annoying because it means the other people that were there before didn't actually make any effort or progress to clean it off, and I find that quite annoying. It doesn't take any effort whatsoever for people to be courteous to each other and to make our lives easier, but hey, here I am. Now, I remember the first weird thing I saw is a turtle shell. There are no turtles that should be around here, but why is there a shell here? I thought maybe one of the other workers or hikers had left it here, but I don't know. Seems pretty weird. It was hollowed out too, which was especially strange. No skeleton or anything. So, I put the key in the door, pop my things down and make my way inside. And I met with a beautiful smell of coffee. Not bad coffee, but some unopened ones that people have left around. And other little presents for me to find. This makes me very happy, and I start boiling the kettle. Now there's something wrong with the kettle and it seems to constantly boil, and I go to turn it off. As I turn around, I think I can see something in my peripheral vision, but as I look there I can see nothing. I presume that it was just my eyes adjusting from the bright going into the dark, and I don't think much of it. Though this time I'm a little bit more scared, and I decide to close the door behind me. I met with a feeling of peace, and the cabin's really nice. It's quite basic, but you have like a toilet area, a little kitchen area, and an area to sleep. It's kind of like a studio design if you were imagining a modern apartment, where you've got one area sectioned off and everything else is in the same room. I don't have an issue with this though. I knew there wasn't that much water, so I have to really try and ration it. I don't have a clue when they last filled up the tank, and I don't want to be the person that gets left short of showers and things like that. Especially because of how hot it is out here, it can become really overwhelming very quickly, and I'm trying to avoid this. So I'm really having a great time at first. I decide to make some food and open up one of the MREs. After this, I drink my coffee and I have my cookies and I'm just relaxing. I know that I'm going to need lots of energy because I have lots of different areas to check. It's nothing too much, I just have to make sure that paths can still be travelled on and stuff like that. So I set out and do this. There's a really beautiful cool air as I set out, and it makes me feel quite at home. As I step out, I do realise that I can see something up ahead of me. It's on one of the paths that I have to make sure is clear, and I can see it's a little bit overgrown, but I guess that's kind of normal. Basically, as long as I could get through okay, it would be a pass. If not, I would have to try and clear it out myself or make a note of it so people could come out and clear it. I actually have a shovel with me and I want to attempt to fix some of this myself. Now, as I make my way through, I come up to a large tree that looks like it's covered in moss, but is something slightly different. I'm distracted by this as I see something further. It looks like the silhouette of a person standing there. I don't think too much and think maybe, well, it's probably a hiker out here. I decide not to disturb or scare them. I think maybe if they see my shovel they might think it's a weapon or something from afar and become scared, so I don't make too much sound and just continue. I've decided that I should go around the path away from them so they don't really get spooked, and that's what I do. Now, eventually I have to loop back round and I get to the other area that I need to check out. I go across another little path which takes me over a stream that once flowed. It looks really pretty once more. I then realise that I can still see the silhouette. I do think this is particularly strange because it doesn't seem to have moved. I'm not sure whether somebody's left a jacket there, and I decide to investigate. I follow up some steps, and I keep staring at this thing, but I can't make out exactly what it is. Now, as I'm approaching, I'm feeling completely relaxed. I think it's just the environment and not really taking too many notes of the situation, but I was maybe too cautious and free and think that I probably should have had a better approach to this as I get closer. I can see something staring at me now. I say something because I can tell it's not a person, but it was pretty weird. It looks like a black sheet with some kind of mask up on it. I can now see that it's a hood. It's not a hoodie, but it's kind of flowing down. And I can see the base of it as a tree. Somebody's left some kind of drape over this tree, and it doesn't look normal. I get closer and closer, and I presume that somebody's left a tent up here. I think it's weird because it's black, and I think, why would you want a black tent? You're honestly going to get scalderingly hot. This is certainly not the kind of tent you want out here. And I then have to start making my way off of the path. I'm a little bit annoyed about this because it starts messing up my uniform, which I really enjoy keeping pristine. I do, however, eventually make it over to the back of it and go to grab it and pull it down, but it's on there pretty tight. I then take a step to the side and I can see a skull. I don't know what kind of animal skull this is, but it kind of looked like the Halloween scream mask that you see every October, but almost like a makeshift home one. This is pretty bizarre. I eventually pull and I'm able to tear this thing down. I go to touch the part of the skull that's on top of the tree stump, but I decide I should probably leave it there. As my hands are probably an inch away from it, I just hesitate. I don't know, it just felt weird. I look this thing in where its eyes would have been for a second and I get the creepies. I realise that I can probably just kick this down though, so I use my force and I'm able to make the tree come down. And I'm quite happy. It was probably about 5 feet up in the air, the stump of this tree. And I'm glad that I don't have to see it anymore. The last thing I want to do is forget it's there, then have an absolutely horrifying moment as I make eye contact with this thing again in the dead of night or something. But that's pretty weird. That shouldn't really be there. I presume that maybe somebody's done it for Halloween, but this is in nowhere near to October. I don't know, maybe it's been there for a while, but I think this is odd. I take a few looks around and I can't see anybody or anything else. I just remembered that my hands felt very sticky too. It was almost like tree sapling, but somewhat different. It wasn't like this thing was glued up here, but it was certainly odd. I look around in all directions, trying to see if anything else is out here, but I can't see anything now. I don't think there's anybody hiding away too, but I do really think this is especially weird. It's the first time in my career actually that I've ever encountered something weird to this degree. I decide it's probably nothing and say to myself aloud, come on, you're the ranger here, let's get on with it. And I continue about my way. I go up some steps and start clearing another path. I start shoveling, and as I'm doing so, dirt is getting stuck to my hands because of whatever kind of sticky substance is on that rope thing that I pulled down, or that tent. It's actually quite disgusting. I'm usually not that creeped out by things like this, but it really makes me feel weird. I decide that I should probably head back now, and I start doing so. Now I'm not really proud of this, but I actually didn't do some of the surveying and clearing I was supposed to do for the rest of the day. I don't know, it was almost like something clicked in my head and I just couldn't do it. I kind of gone transitioning from being in the moment to being a little bit more cautious of everything, almost thinking more in philosophy about why was this here, what could it have meant. I head back and put the shovel down outside and I go in and start washing my hands. I really struggled to get this stuff off, but I'm eventually able to do so. Then I notice annoyingly that I've used up quite a lot of my water to do this. I decide that I should wrap up my shovel in bandage so that way I don't have to touch it again, and make sure that I wear gloves if I investigate anything similar. So I actually use the rest of the evening just to listen to music on the radio and try and relax. There was something about hearing that voice in the cabin that really calmed me down. I actually have the door open now because it's so hot, and I just relaxed really. Yeah, I had more of a job to do, but in this moment I was a little frightened really. This goes on for the rest of the evening, and eventually it's time to get some sleep. I close the door, have the bandage on the shovel now, leaving it ajar to the door, and go out. I take one last scan of the perimeter and head back in again. I put my stuff to the side and decide to keep a knife near where I'm sleeping now. It's something I've actually never done before, and I realise why it's a stupid idea when I woke up the following morning and I nearly stabbed myself. Funnily enough, it's not far away from my neck, and I thought, wouldn't that be funny if I ended up getting myself like that? I radio in my findings from the following day, and I actually lied about what had happened and just said everything was normal, and I make myself another cup of coffee. The cup of coffee is kind of like my morning debrief with myself, where I plan out what I need to do for the following day, what I could do differently and what I could do better, and for today, it's to not get freaked out so easily by small things. That's what I say to myself. I do some positive affirmations and I get ready to head out again. Now what's weird about this morning is that there's kind of a mist that's settled. It's not fog, but almost like a morning dew. But I haven't seen it out here before, and it makes the whole place seem a little bit Halloweeny and scary. I go to look for the shovel and I can't find it. I look exactly where I placed it the following night and I realise that it's nowhere to be found. No issues though, I probably simply misplaced it, I say to myself. I press on now, looking all over for this thing, but I can't seem to locate it. Okay, that's certainly weird. Again, I don't think too much of it and presume that, I was tired. I probably just forgot it somewhere. And I head out. Now I have to go about 40 minutes away from where I am now to do this further maintenance work, and I go into a really beautiful area where the trees are tall and quite skinny. That has its advantages because I have quite a good horizon here, and if there is anything or anyone, I'm gonna be able to see them now. The trees are actually really tall. I think they're probably about 50 or 60 feet or even taller. It's really cool. Don't know how many years I've been here, but I really like it. Now the mist eventually goes and I feel a lot more confident being out here on my own. I have my coffee with me, but where it started to become more summery and hot as the days progressed and the trees aren't as thick here, I'm quite hot and start to overheat a little bit, so I resort to just sipping it slowly. I'm sweating quite a lot now. I don't feel like I need the energy though, I just like the taste of the coffee. So I continue this walk and eventually find a tree that's fallen down onto the path. It's not too big, but I should be able to clear it. I don't have the shovel, but I ended up using a big stick and I'm kind of able to plant it underneath and using the end of it to tether it out of the way. It only moves about a foot at a time, but my god is it loud. It sounds like a whole tree's fell, and it made me jump at first. I don't know how my stick hasn't snapped, but I continue this process when I hear something. There's kind of like the sound of rain, or maybe like lots of cups being thrown at something. That's the only way that I can describe it. Or maybe like someone was shooting ping pong balls off of the trees. It was weird. I thought maybe for a second I set off a chain reaction or something and some other trees were going down elsewhere, but I can't see anything. Everything is impossibly still for the sounds that I'm hearing, and that's especially bizarre. Now, I scour the area for as long as I can. I even go off onto the tree that I've just knocked down to get a better viewpoint, but I can't see anything at all. This happens for about 4 minutes before slowly fading out, similar to how the sounds of rain slowly go off into the distance as the clouds go away. But that was especially weird. I'm very drawn in to where the sound was coming from, and it's further up the path, so I now head up this way. I have my stick with me still because I knew it was strong. I say it was in case there was more trees to clear, but I was a little concerned now. As I'm walking, I see movement now up the hill through the trees again. It's weird, it almost looked like something was kind of floating through the trees. I can't really tell because how far away it was, but it looked like something quite big was kind of moving through them freely. Almost like it wasn't interacting with the trees, but more just the ground on the floor. Almost like it was in another dimension. I walk as quick as I can trying to get closer to whatever this is, but I seem to get further and further away. And that's when I stop. I'm drawn to the ground as I notice something. I think my brain realised something shouldn't have been there, and what do I see? The carcass of a deer. Now, it's not really the carcass, more the bones. But only the bones. It's almost like this was dipped in some kind of acid or something, because there's nothing else around it. I can't see any flesh, I can't see any blood, just a deer carcass somewhat perfectly in the middle of the path. I start searching now, trying to see if there's any other signs of anything or anyone that could have made this, but there's nothing. I look further and further, trying to see if there's anything similar, but again, I don't see anything. Annoyingly, it's my job now to move it out of the path, and I don't want to do this. I ended up prodding it with a stick for a while, probably about 10 times before I'm brave enough to actually just grab it and move it piece by piece off into the trees and the bushes. Now that was really weird. I remembered when I felt it too, it felt kind of chalky almost. Like too dry, like bone dry, but even more so. I don't know how else to describe it. The only thing that was making it wet is my hands that are sweating. I'm not sure if this is from the situation or just because of how hot it is, but I'm suddenly no longer feeling the urge to investigate further. I continue my surveying this time, and I realise that I forgot my stick. I look around and again, that was nowhere in sight, which is weird because I was sure that I left it next to me when moving the bones. Now eventually I come up to another clearing, and all is well now. I feel a lot better in this open space, just knowing what's going on around me. I finished the job for the day too, so that's a good sign that I can head back now and try and get back to some relative safety. So I turn away and start heading back in the direction and the path that I've just walked upon. Now I get back and I'm at the point where I found the bones, but I can't see them. I think maybe they've sunk down into the ground a little bit, but that's quite weird. I should still be able to see the bones, especially because of how white they are. It should stand out from the background, but they're not there. I just think it's a good thing that it doesn't have to scare anyone else, and I think, well, maybe some kind of animals wanted them for God knows what, and I start to head back. Now the hike back felt probably twice as long, which is another weird observation. Usually I know exactly how long I've been out for, but I check my watch and I have been walking for the same amount of time, and it feels dreadfully long. I'm also quite tired. I go back into my cabin and close the door, and I fell asleep pretty quickly. Actually so quickly that I didn't even eat or shower or anything. I just woke up the following day about an hour before my alarm. So I eat, I get ready and radio in. And I say this time that I did find some animal remains, but nothing out of the ordinary, and that I've cleared it. They say, "Mikey, great, good job, keep it up, not long now." I say thanks, and end the call. To be honest, I was relatively frustrated at this point because I've not really had the relaxing time that I'd anticipated, but I've still got a couple more days left, so that can come soon. So I get my things together, get ready, eat some donuts this time, which are actually on the turn. They don't taste that nice, but give me the sugar that I need to head out, and I do some extra work. Now, as I set out this time, I have to survey another area and make sure that there's been no fires here or anything. Apparently this particular area is quite susceptible to having forest fires, and we just have to make sure that there's nothing that could potentially be causing it. It could be trash that people have left behind, or illegal dumping. Believe it or not, people will actually dump things out here. How they get this far out, I don't know, but they'll bury things. But the problem is, it makes methane and other gases that are very combustible, and we have fires that are deep out here and quite hard to tackle. So I'm walking down the path, and in this area the trees are also quite long and thin, but the good thing about it is that it lets you see miles around almost, or at least 500 meters in any direction, so I'm feeling safe now. To be honest, it's quite overgrown again, and a lot of the bushes probably come up to half of my height. It's okay, it just makes it a little bit uncomfortable to trek through, but that's fine. Now, I get to the area that I need to survey, and I can't see anything there out of the ordinary. I do notice how the trees have suddenly got much darker now, and it almost looks like nightfall in this particular area. But that's not an issue, it just means that it's going to be a lot more cooler there, and it's going to be a lot nicer for me. So, on my go, much more braver than the last couple of days now, and I feel comfortable. So I'm mostly done now, and I take a few rests. I'm drinking water, and my canteen's actually running a little bit low. Normally this means I should just head back because dehydration is going to be really dangerous out here. But I continue onwards. I see a beautiful bird in this moment that I haven't seen before, and it distracts me from everything. I've never seen this kind before. It almost looks like a green parrot, but it's a little bit different. I notice it's interesting because in all my years of working there I've never seen it before, but that's fine. Now, I take a seat and I look up and notice something odd. It kind of looks like an owl at the top of a tree. It's quite high up, but it's a very weird shape. It almost looks like a dinosaur to me, and I think it's odd. I can also see partly through it, which I think is really bizarre. It's probably about 100 meters away, and really difficult to spot, but I do. I get out my binoculars, and I can't really focus on it that well. I know it's a bird, but it's really difficult to see exactly what kind of bird, and curiosity gets the better of me. When I was younger, I used to love going bird watching and looking out for animals like this, so I decided that I should investigate. The good thing is, it's on the path that I'm on, so I basically just have to follow it in a straight line to get to it, and that's exactly what I do. Now I get closer and closer, until I realise something odd. This is no bird, at least not no living one. Whatever this is, has died up there, and I'm looking at the bones. But again, there's no flesh at this, there's no blood, there's nothing. What only appears to be the skull and a few bones of something up the tree. How it was all held together, I'll never know, but I think this is really weird. I take out the binoculars and look even closer this time, and I soon realise that what I'm looking at looks identical to the remains that I'd found before. Now that's really odd. How on earth any animal or anything could have got up there is beyond me. It almost looks like you'd need a drone or helicopter to take it up there. It's really creepy to see. It wasn't moving though, it almost looked like the head of a totem pole with how perfectly it was stuck there. Wait, wow, am I getting scared now? I almost felt like I was in something's area and land, and it being up there was a sign that I wasn't supposed to be here. I try and mark down the exact location where I am, but I can't be too sure because I'm a little worried now. I decide to just forget about it and continue on the path and do the last parts of my surveying. I did these very quickly this time, and nothing out of the ordinary up here. I take a few seconds before I can actually turn around because I don't want to. I'm expecting to see something standing on the path staring dead at me in my eyes, but I have to be brave and turn back. I don't want to be stuck out here as nightfall comes. I turn around and there's nothing. I breathe out a deep sigh of relief and I start on the path and make my way forward. Now, I look towards where the tree is and it's still up there. It hasn't moved an inch, but I feel like my mind has miles away from the situation. I actually couldn't look at it other than that quick glance. I resorted to jogging past where the tree is. It's probably about 6 feet off of the trail, but I can't be sure again because I didn't take long enough to figure out exactly how close it was. I ended up jogging until I realised I have to stop because my eyes are starting to go a bit weird. Now, I start walking and I get to the other area where I can finish off my job for the day. The good thing about being out here usually is that you can finish the day pretty early most days and do what you want afterwards, but for me in this situation it wasn't a good thing. I'm walking as I notice some leaves fall and I get back to my cabin. Now back to my sanction and safety. It's the most relieved I've ever been to get back there in the time that I've been out. I decide that I need a sheltered day. I get in, I lock the door, close all the windows, and just have a relax. I fell asleep for about 2 or 3 hours and wake up again. I'm very dehydrated. I realise that after I'd been to the toilet and start drinking lots of water. I have a cold shower now to try and wake myself up. I finished writing up the reports of my day and findings. I actually decided to include it this time too. I thought something definitely wasn't adding up here, and it could have been chance that all these animal remains were out here, but I think it's very weird how there was no flesh and blood on any of it. I don't know what kind of animal or creature could be capable of that, but I know it certainly wasn't a hunter. Because A, they're not allowed out here, and B, how on earth could they have possibly got it up there without us realising? I don't know, but I guess I don't really want to know. I remembered that I couldn't even focus on reading, which was my attempt at getaways in situations like this. I just stare at pictures of some of the couple of days old newspapers. I'm not really sure what to do. Funnily enough, I actually started doing a crossword and it calmed me down a lot. I think probably all of my brain was being used, probably the parts that aren't normally used from being in dangerous situations, and it made me fly through that thing. Or maybe it was a distraction of it all, an escaping, I don't know. But I eventually drift off asleep. I wake up again and the sunlight hits my face, almost aggressively, and I wake up once more before my alarm clock. Usually this would never happen unless I was stressed out about something or if I had something important the following day. I eventually round my energy up and make my way out of bed and quickly get all of my food in me and showered off, and I get ready for my day. My alarm clock then goes off almost in time with when I get a call from the radio. Now it was just a normal call. They're basically just asking how I'm doing, and I explain what's been going on. They actually take this quite seriously, and they're worried about illegal hunters in the area. But I explain, I don't think this is illegal hunters. I really think this is odd because there's no blood or anything. They also agree that this is a particularly weird detail of my endeavour out here so far, and they say just keep a note on it, and I start to get ready for my last day. I feel happy now and more confident knowing that my time here is now limited. So I head out and start my final day. Things are pretty normal and I almost feel like the air tastes different. Everything feels more peaceful and the usual sounds and surroundings seem to be as they were. Everything seemed a little bit too quiet for the last couple of days, and I honestly forget about what had happened. I make my way up one of my trails and everything's lovely here. The trees are ones that I can see quite far along, and there's parts of them slowly falling down, and lots of plants are in blossom, and everything being in bloom makes it look so much nicer. The first weird thing I did see was a big spider on some parts of wood that I had to investigate and inspect, but it didn't jump on me, which is always a good thing, and it kept its distance, so I was happy. Now, I get towards the end of my day, and I'm feeling good. You know what I mentioned earlier about wanting to forget about all of the worries and stresses? That comes, and I have a really beautiful peace of mind moment where nothing bothers me. All of the stresses are gone and I feel really happy out here. Now I actually start to feel a little bit sad knowing that my adventure's soon going to be over and I have to return back to the normal parts of my job. The aspect of being out here in the cabin away from everyone and everything doesn't come too often, so I take a few moments to try and appreciate it more. And the sun begins to set and I head in now. I've completed my tenor here and it's time for me to return in the morning. I start packing out all of my things so I can leave quickly and I head off to bed. Now I didn't fall asleep quickly and start doing another crossword. I actually think of trying to develop my own, then realise how boring I am and eventually fall asleep. And I'm awoken. I hear the sound of knocking on the door. I say I'm gonna come, give me one moment, and start to find my things. They persist so, and I say louder, I'm coming, just give me a moment. It seems to go on constantly though, which I think is pretty weird, and it suddenly dawns on me, nobody's coming to relieve me. It's pretty late in the night time, and something's off. I get up, look out the window and can't see anybody. Still in a dazed state, I go outside and look around, and I think I can see somebody, but I'm not too sure. I presume that it's one of the other rangers there, and I say, hey, I'm gonna sleep a bit longer, let me just go to bed. And I go back in and fall asleep quite quickly. Now I'm woken up about 2 or 3 hours later by the same knocking. This time, my conscious brain slips in, and something doesn't add up. I realise nobody should be out here but me, and why would they be waking me up so early in the morning? I realise that was not a ranger who I thought I saw. I get up quickly, and the knock-in this time really haunts me. I still have my clothes on from before, so I don't need to get changed at all, and I slowly peer out the window. As I do, I notice a deer standing up on its hind legs staring straight back at me. It doesn't look like a normal deer though. It looks terrifying and menacing, like something I've never seen before. No animal that I've known has ever been able to do this before in my life, so what on earth am I staring at? I then let out a gasp, and this thing runs on all fours. It runs into the forest and kind of takes on almost a human shape, and eventually gets off into the distance. I was stark glued to that window staring for probably over an hour, trying to see if it come back, and daylight now breaks. There's nothing there. It's just me alone in the woods. I think that I might have went into a state of shock after that, and I grab the things that I need, and I start slowly making my way out towards where the back of the cabin is. I have to put something away, and as I'm doing so, I hear my name, Mike. Mikey, come here. Look, I need to show you something. It sounds just like the other ranger who I've been communicating through on the radio with. I say hello, then go to stop myself. This can't be Mikey. I then go back in and I radio in for Mikey, who answers. I say oh nothing and I'm coming back soon, and he says see you in a bit. I think maybe he was talking on the radio and I somehow left it on. I then go back out and start making my way through the forest. But then I hear it again. Help, please help. Mikey, I'm hurt, you've got to help me. That's when I realised something was way off. He wasn't out here in the woods. In fact, it's not physically possible he could have reached me here in this time. I then start to walk very quickly, and the voice, it goes away, but then it returns again, seeming to follow me. But this does not sound like a person though. It sounded like something trying to be a person. There were breaks in its voice, and it just sounded off, where it would go deeper every so often. Mike, come here, please, I beg you. Followed by crying. The crying sounds followed me for probably another 7 minutes, until eventually I get further and further away from them, and I only hear weeping and the odd Mikey, sounding more and more desperate. I know for 100% fact it was not my buddy out there. This was something far worse and menacing. The relief I feel when I see my truck is something I can't describe. I throw everything in the back and slam the door. I don't know why I slammed it so loud. I think it was to let whatever was out there know that I was in safety now. And I start up and I make my way back. I eventually get back and I remembered the entire drive just feeling very weird, almost like I wasn't in my own body. I get into the station and guess what? My buddy's there. He was apparently calling out for me desperately in the woods. I say, hey, were you out there in the woods? And one of the other rangers looks at me weird. I say, I heard your voice in the woods calling out for me, but it wasn't you. I then start saying more of what happened, and one of the rangers who's a bit older looks at me and says, yeah, you encountered a skinwalker. I look at him like he's crazy. But he says, you know, they imitate voices. And for some reason I suddenly remembered the other detail, the weird looking deer thing I'd seen. I explained that I was very delirious and very tired and that I don't think it was anything. But he then explains that apparently this is exactly what they're supposed to look like. I then tell them that I'm never going back there again and that there were skulls out there that have to be investigated. He then says that he's going to send a few of the boys out there in a couple of weeks to figure it out. I say, weeks? Are you crazy? I say, they're going to be gone by then. He says, no, I'm not risking it, and looks very serious at me again. Now, it turns out that an investigation went out there to find the skulls, and you know what? they could never find a thing. Apparently some of the other rangers, when they're out there, heard other voices of who they thought were other rangers, even being myself, but apparently nobody was out there. Apparently the voices actually went on for the following months before it wasn't heard again for the next 8 years, and eventually I left. Now, I don't want to jump to the conclusion what I encountered was a skinwalker, but from how they described it and what I saw, I don't know what else it could have possibly been. I was backpacking last week in a national forest in northwest Pennsylvania with a friend of mine and also his teenage son. We hiked up the Minister Creek Trail and set up camp that night about 4 miles away from the trailhead. We only saw 2 other parties that day, and neither were overnighting on the trail. We explored the area we camped in extensively to find the best spot, and did not see any other campers within at least a mile in either direction. The rest of the forest is heavy, with growth hillsides on either side of the valley, without anywhere good to set up camp. At about 2 AM, I was awoken by the sound of drumming. It sounded like a single drum and a rhythmic beat. If anybody is familiar with the Cleveland Indians baseball team, now known as the Guardians, they have a guy who would beat a drum in a similar fashion. It was loud and close, actually reverberating throughout the valley that we camped in. If I were to guess, I would say it sounded as if it was within 100 yards of our location. I got out of my tent to investigate, and my friend had also been woken up by the sound. We couldn't see anything other than the dark woods around us. This continued for at least 2 hours until I was able to fall back asleep. The next morning, we woke up and all is normal. We continue in on our hike and didn't see any other campers around. I still have no clue what it was. Now this isn't super creepy, but I was hiking with a guy and we stumbled upon an entire eaten deer skeleton. All the bones were there except the skull, and everything was picked literally completely clean, almost like it had been done so chemically. When I was 14, a friend and I would go fishing just about every day of the summer. We would walk about an hour to an hour and a half through the woods and over bogs to a series of rivers that we called steadies. They flowed into a very large lake. The last trip there, we were walking along one of the rivers, and the rivers are narrow, maybe 5 feet across. At 14, very easy to jump across from side to side, so anyway, we stumbled upon a large pile of animal bones. We kind of got worried but assured ourselves that it was just a hunter. We walked to the edge of the bank, and right in the centre of the river, clear as day, was a large footprint, barefoot, distinguishable toes, but just one, the left. I call my friend to have a look, but I hear a loud sound, a rumbling from the trees and shaking on either side. I look at my friend, but all I saw was the dust that he kicked up from running away, to which I promptly follow. We never went back. We never told people because no one would believe us. Now, I grew up in the Appalachian Mountains, completely rural. I lived in a valley community. My house was surrounded by forestry and mountains. When I was about 14, my dad started to hear strange sounds coming from the hills behind our home, like knocking sounds as though something was hitting a tree, and the occasional inhuman yell. My dog, a rough and tough outside boy, was very drawn to those hills at random times. His ears would shoot up, and he would quickly run to the forest and stay for a while. Him going up to the hill wasn't uncommon, but at the time, he started acting particularly suspicious about them, and don't worry, nothing bad happened to him in this. Anyway, The noises started to become more frequent. My brother and his friends used to hunt up in the hills and they heard the noises too. Much louder, of course, since they were near the source. One day, the noises wouldn't stop, and they progressed louder and louder, and there was occasional growling. My brother was pretty much sick of it by now, and wanted to get to the bottom of this. It'd been going on for about a year, really. Now it's evening, about to get dark, so he takes a flashlight and shotgun and heads up into the hills. He sees a creature that looked like what he said to be could be a Sasquatch. It was tall, broad shoulders and wide torso. He sees a silhouette because of the darkness that came. He chased it off, come back to the house and told me what happened and drew a sketch. The noises all stop after that day and actually never come back again. And a couple of weeks later, a new Bigfoot special come on TV and a witness actually did a sketch and it almost looked identical to what my brother had seen. In fact, we're convinced that it was still Bigfoot that lived there. My dad actually named him Sassy, short for Sasquatch. Now I live in upstate New York near a relatively high traffic trail that runs alongside a stream for a proportion of it. Last week, I noticed a dead deer near the stream, pretty common in our area, especially in the winter time. We went for a walk yesterday evening and I passed where the deer was and saw something that's really messing with me since. Something is leaning over the passed away deer. It looks like a pig but large, the size of a grown man, with loose skin. Its whole face was kind of sagging and leaking out of its nose and eyes. I worked with livestock before, so I knew what a pig should be, and this is wrong. Its body is swollen, its back legs are sprayed out, so I couldn't really see it. Now I just knew it was long. I see that it has virtually no hair and smooth skin. It was sitting on its back haunches near the deer, and by the time I got close enough to see it, it was staring at me, totally still. I have this sick feeling when I notice it. It was standing like 20 feet away, on the trail, just looking. The deer carcass of kinds is everywhere. It had been very messily eaten, and while I watched the pig, it raises up on its hind legs, and I saw that they ended, not in cleft foot, but in large hands like human hands. It reached into the deer and reached out a chunk from its side, raised it to its snout and ate out of its hands. All of this happened in a matter of seconds, and as soon as I saw its hands, I just turned away and gone back as quick as I could. I wanted to run, but I was afraid it would chase me, so I didn't want to go back there. It was the worst walk of my life. I was afraid to look behind, and I was so scared the pig would follow me, but I made it out. Now, I'm trying to understand the encounter. I want to believe my mind was playing tricks on me, but I really truly do not know what to think of this encounter. Now, I'm somebody who lives in Maine. On Thanksgiving of 2019, me, my mother, and two aunts went on a walk around my neighbourhood after the meal to help digest the food a bit. I should also note that the houses in my neighbourhood are all spaced apart pretty well by the woods. Now, a few minutes into walking I get tired, so I turned to go back home while they kept moving some more, and on my way home, I was walking down by a street that didn't have many houses on it. I start to hear my mum calling my name through the woods, except her voice was somewhat off, kind of like it was ever more slightly slowed down to compare to her normal voice. I yell, "Mum." Once I don't hear anything back other than the voice telling me to come towards her, I was a little spooked, but I had also told her that I was tired, so I kept on my way home. When she and my aunts got back from their walks, I asked her what she wanted. To this day, she claims that she never called my name and never went near the woods. I did some research online and found out that skinwalkers apparently have the ability to mimic voices of loved ones in an attempt to lure you in, but I don't really know what to think of it. So I was a wildland firefighter back in the day in Arizona. I worked in a forest that was generally popular with a lot of recreation in the northern portion, but I worked on the southern portion of the forest that was really remote. It barely had any roads or campgrounds, so if you wanted to relax there, you had to put in work for it. The fire crew I was on only had 2 duty stations, one in a small town where the rest of the forest employees worked out of, and one of them was about 2.5 hours away up a really windy mountainous road. The remote duty station had an old Forest Service ranger station and a newer double-wide trailer that was recently put in. When I worked at this place, I had no cell reception. When my crew and I weren't working, we were playing horseshoes and watching movies. They did eventually add a cell service booster, which sadly made people play on their phones more, but I digress. So for my creepy story, I want to keep it pretty simple, but my supervisor had the crew experience some weird things while working out there. There was one night that he told me he was cowboy camping, which is sleeping outside with no tent, and kept on repeatedly having weird things drop on his face, like musky liquid. He looked around, even yelling out, but nobody was there. He wasn't below any trees, there was no sap. He never slept outside again after that. Now for my story. I have had other interesting experiences at a remote duty station, but this one was scary. It was the night of the 4th of July, and we weren't on a fire, so the crew was playing horseshoes and having a good time. Everybody went to bed pretty early because we were getting ready to have a PT hike the next day. I had my own small room in the windowed double trailer, and my bed was next to a big window. I started to doze off but felt awake. I hear one of my co-workers outside my window asking me to come outside. I was laying on my side facing the window and didn't look up, but I felt their presence by the window. I felt as though something tall was looming over me from outside. I kept beckoning to not go out there with myself. Though suddenly their voice gets deeper, raspier and angrier, eventually swearing at me to go outside. It was almost a demonic voice. I lay there frozen, not moving while being yelled at. Eventually it stopped and I fell asleep. I woke up the next day and asked my co-worker if he was standing outside my window, but he said he wasn't. Now I've had this story for 6 years, and I haven't really spoke about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful, and we're able to drive through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely nobody's around. We set up camp the next day and we went hiking, soaked up in the hot springs and come back and had dinner. It's all very normal until the next day. Now I need to give some context as to how we slept that night so you can understand my confusion. Before we go to sleep, I put our food cooler and a stereo that we brought into the car and lock it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far right side of the tent away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent everything seems normal. We get out. Our campsite was in absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined, the cooler had been thrown over and things are scattered everywhere. Even the stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to a tree. All of the car doors are open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet, and not really the beautiful place that we saw yesterday. Everything feels wrong now. My ex accuses me of not locking the door the night before, and that an animal got our stuff, but I promised that I locked it. I then go back into the tent to get the keys from my backpack, but they aren't there. I then found them later on the ground next to the car. We quickly throw everything into the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had happened. He finally spoke up when we're almost home and told me that night he had a dream that somebody was kneeling over him holding a gun, just staring at him. When I tried to question him more, he said he didn't want to talk about it and that I shouldn't speak about it anymore. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something wrong happened to us those nights in the woods then, and I just cannot explain it. I work as a fire watcher in my native country. I've done this for a large time in my life. I'd spent some time in the military too, well, about 2 years or so, but I always enjoyed my time out in the nature the most. Now, the area that I covered was very pretty. I'm actually from the area that doesn't have lots of hills and stuff, so being out in where the hills are and the mountains was something really beautiful. I remembered that I absolutely loved this place, but one day my perspective on it really changed. Now let me explain. The land of mine actually has lots of history. My grandfather had worked out here before, and apparently he said that there was lots of weird things that would happen. Apparently they'd report some kind of mysterious figure in white. It looked like a beautiful young girl with very long flowing hair. But apparently she would float through the woods, seemingly without interacting with anything, bouncing from side to side before disappearing, making eye contact with men. He told me that they never figured out exactly why she was out there, just that it had really scared them. Apparently somebody was actually murdered here long ago, and allegedly that was her spirit haunting here. Apparently she was looking for her missing partner or something, and that's what they thought was happening, that she was here roaming around trying to haunt them. Now, I kind of believed it, and a lot of people in my family also did. When I was a kid, I was absolutely horrified about being out here. The problem was, when I was young too, I was bigger, so I didn't have much stamina. I would find myself getting out of breath just going up the trails and things and doing the hike to the different areas we would go. So I always thought that I was especially vulnerable if anything were to happen, and that made me really scared. I was convinced that one day something was going to try and get me. So, doing my work, I would often spend lots of time out there by myself or with a small team. The most important thing that we could do is just survey everywhere and make sure that there were no fires. I had a couple of big fires though that we had to deal with. Where I live, you also had to help put out the fire if you could. It was something we'd also do to help out the fire department when they got here. We had pretty limited resources, so it was really important that we would help out and try and make a difference. I was never too worried by these fires though. There was very scarce and sparse population here, so it was pretty easy to notify people in the surrounding areas. Usually the fires would just burn themselves out. I do remember one strange thing though. I remember once during one of the fires I was helping with, I could have sworn that I'd seen a figure in the fire. It was just standing there and kind of staring at us. I only saw it for about a second or two before it eventually gone back into the flames, but it sounded just like what my grandfather had described. We knew for a fact there weren't any people here, so we weren't too worried, but we did have a quick search around. Maybe somebody got lost out there. But this thing was floating. I never really put two and two together, so I can't be certain that I actually saw the same thing as my grandfather had, but my grandfather was convinced that I had from the way I described it. I was a little put off by the whole experience, to be honest, but let me get to my main story. Now, working out here one day, I remembered that my colleagues had reported a huge fireball. They basically reported to me what could only sound like a UFO, which had crashed off somewhere, and now it was up to us to go and investigate and figure it out. The good news for me is that there wasn't any fire out here, not that we could see anyway. This happened around nightfall. They basically said it kind of looked like a meteor or something, and they were very scared about going up there. I myself wasn't too scared about it for some reason. I just thought, I'm gonna have a good hike through here, then eventually find it, and it will be something cool. Maybe something I could even take home, like a cool rock off the side of it or something. So I start my hiking, and it starts raining immediately, which again is a good sign, because if there is a fire, then we haven't got to worry too much. The rain was really going to help put it out. I remember when we started, I didn't bother looking about how far I had to go because it was quite some distance. I was on foot and had my radio, and eventually broke off from the other guys I was working with. I continue hiking and realise that I'm getting very out of breath. It was weird, it reminded me of when I was much younger and more unfit, but it was almost like any time I did an incline, I would really feel it. I wasn't even carrying that much weight on me too, and I thought I was pretty good and healthy at the time, but I guess not. It was kind of a wake-up call for me more than anything else though, because if there was actually danger, then I wouldn't have been one of the best people to help you, and I didn't like that. That didn't sit well with me. I needed to do as much as possible to help people, and I felt like I was letting down my community. Now while hiking, every so often I can hear some faint cries. It was pretty creepy. It kind of sounded like an alien voice, to be honest, and I thought that was really weird. I wasn't really convinced there was an alien, but it was definitely a weird animal. Now some of my colleagues actually reported this on the radios too, so I knew I wasn't the only one hearing it. I then go further and further, and I can actually see some of the trees have been scraped to the top, where obviously something crashed here, but I couldn't see anything. The cries stopped after a little bit, and I couldn't seem to locate them. I just knew it was definitely scaring me, because now it was getting to nightfall. There was some weird sound, and I wasn't sure what direction I was going in. It was kind of like the sound of something ticking over, like a constant click. It kind of sounded like an engine, but a little bit different. I also felt very uncomfortable now. The rain was giving me some kind of reassurance so weirdly. I don't know, it felt like everything else was eerily quiet, so having the sounds of nature, at least in some form, was definitely something I like to have. In this area, you can actually see pretty good through the woods. The trees were tall, but they weren't very thick. Also, the plants on either side of me only come up to about my knee height, so visibility wasn't too bad. It did mean that every so often I'd have to climb up a tree a bit to scan areas, but that was fine. I was still following the direction of the trees which were damaged, until eventually, I see something really creepy. Just up ahead, I see what I can only describe as some kind of demon. It looked like a tall figure, covered in some kind of black material, slowly lurching around. I dug down for a second and slowly lift my head up. I hear one more faint cry, and I can't figure out where it's coming from. I radio in my language that I've seen something very weird, and my colleagues respond and say that they're coming over. I was actually so scared that I stayed crouched down for another 10 minutes, and then I feel a hand touch my back. I feel like my heart stops and I have no pulse, as within a flash I turn around and it's my colleague. I swear at them and ask them, why did they make me jump like that? And they said they thought I was hurt. Did I truly look that scared? Maybe I did. I was getting paranoid now, but I decide to get up, and we go towards where I heard the thing, but I don't see anything. We decide the best thing to do is to split up, and I continue going to where the UFO crash site is. I keep walking and walking, and lurching through the forest until eventually I see something smouldering off in the distance. All I can see is smoke at this point, and I think maybe there is a fire. I really don't know what to expect now. I really think that I'm about to be met by some kind of tall green or grey men. God knows what I've just seen. I have my Bible in my pocket and I'm clutching it very strong as I get closer and closer and start to pray. I seem to become stuck in quicksand though, and I just can't bring myself to move more forward. I had a strange sense of dread that I haven't had before, but eventually I managed to force myself to put one foot in front of the other and make my way over the horizon. Then I see it. Some kind of mangled up thing covered by trees. It's kind of white and blue in colour, which I didn't expect, covered in some kind of black silk. It then becomes more apparent what I'm looking at. This isn't a UFO at all, this is a plane crash. Within a second, I realise what's happened, and I quickly scream onto the radio that we've had a downed aircraft here. What was it, a UFO? I say no, it's one of ours. It's a small aircraft. I can see that this thing has come down and obviously set on fire. Then one of my colleagues screams, we found him. I ask what, but don't get a reply. I just sprint back to their direction. By the time that I've gotten over there, I can see my colleagues surrounding a person. They're covered in jet fuel and something else, and clearly it was a pilot with half of their hair burnt off their body. They absolutely look like an alien, and I suddenly feel very faint. I actually ended up passing out now, and I can't remember much else. I just know that about 20 minutes later I woke up again, and I seemed to have a dream. I had a really long dream, which is weird because I knew I was only asleep for 20 minutes or so, when my colleagues are pouring water on my head and waking me up. There's an emergency worker then too, who's a medic checking over me. He says, are you okay? And I say, yeah, I'm fine. And I have some sugary drinks, which one of my colleagues gave me, and some snacks, and I feel much better, though I'm covered in a cold sweat. I eventually get up, and we start walking back, and there's more police coming. Eventually we all make it back, and I get to go home early because of medical reasons. Now I never actually know what come of that pilot or the plane wreckage. I just know I can't believe how scary and inhuman he looked when we found him. Poor guy, I really hope that he's okay. It was easily the most scary experience in my entire life, one that I'm never gonna forget. So, the very first time I went to my boyfriend's family house, we explored the very wooded areas around the home, 30 acres of land. Some hunters go in, but no hikers, only on old logging trails which the original owner of the house probably created. A lot of the trails are not well maintained, with brush and logs over them. One area my boyfriend wanted to show me was off the trail. I hated walking off the trail. I hated bushwhacking, and this was in the spring, so there were ticks. He brings me to a huge boulder he calls Dragon Mountain, normal boulder near a very small stream. He climbs up and then he helps me up. It was much taller than me, but by no means gargantuan. So we sit on the boulder, then lie down looking into the trees, talking. I am on the left and my boyfriend's on the right. I don't remember if we heard the crunching of leaves at first or saw them, but to our east, 3 adult men wearing all black or dark navy from head to toe in sunglasses are walking towards a boulder carrying a large black tubing. All 3 men are carrying it together. None of them are speaking, they're just walking, carrying this thing. My boyfriend and I are extremely still. We did not get the urge to say hello or anything like that to them, like we would normal people we encounter while hiking in the woods. They are walking towards us, but we don't think they can see us because we are lying in sort of a large divot at the top of the boulder, We hear the men walking behind where we are on the boulder. Then, when they are to our southwest, very near the boulder, they stop immediately. They don't talk or make any kind of noises. Naturally, my boyfriend and I stay silent and still. We are looking at each other, trying to take this in. It felt like a long time where there's no noises. The men then walk sort of around to the left of the boulder, then walk off towards our northwest. They were still not talking at all, just walking through the woods holding their black tube. We're very weirded out for a long time after this, and we got out of those woods pretty quickly in a direction away from them, opting to get to the road and follow that home instead of taking the quickest route towards the house. Now, this is in pretty much their direction. We have both racked our brains about this for years, coming up with all kinds of explanations. My boyfriend later realizes that the direction they come from is a major highway where there is a fence as well. We conjured that they must have been hunters, with the black tubing being for a device to carry a deer. But a lot of hunters living around there tend to wear camouflage and orange, not all black. I get if they were hunting they would likely be quiet, but they did make a fair amount of noise with their footsteps, but why did they stop? It did not seem like normal guys going out into the woods. I forgot about this encounter, and I do periodically, but when I remember it, I cannot explain the way that I feel. Now, we both had the instinct to hide and be silent. So it's the summer of 2012. I'd quit my job working for a clinic because the owner was basically crazy. That's another story. I was pretty upset and living in downtown in the core of Toronto. I was worried because I hadn't picked up much of a backup plan, so I was desperately sending out resumes everywhere I could, hoping that I would find something fast. I get a call about 2 weeks later for a company. They were selling water heaters, but I had done mostly secretarial/admin work, so I was under the position that what I applied for was of that nature. Maybe it's an admin job for their office. The interview goes well and I'm hired. I'm ecstatic and promptly call my parents to let them know I got a job. I still didn't really know what the job was for. I was just happy that I got the job and would be able to continue to afford living in my apartment. So next morning, at around 9 AM, I go for a training course, myself and another woman. The videos are about water heaters and why they need to be maintained. They kind of hinted that it's a sales position, but everything starts to feel a little weird to me. Something about the people who work there seem a little bit off. I was introduced to the team leader, the only girl mind you, and a group of 5 20-something-year-old guys into a work van. I get given my uniform, and I didn't really like it. We are driven to another building, and it's packed full of employees. In front of us are PlayStations, TVs, top quality home appliances, and other brand new electronics, and a guy starts off saying, "Hey, everyone having a great day?" And everybody screams yes, and I'm feeling weird now. Everybody looks unsettlingly happy. At the meeting we are told how wonderful we are, how that if we work hard our dreams are going to come through. We can have anything we want, the TV, the washing machine, dryer, but only if we have the ability to work hard and stay positive. I felt like I was in some kind of cult sermon. I wanted to leave but decided to stay because I needed to have a job. We are told about various success stories of people working there. After meeting the staff, myself and the team leader and 5 other guys are all taken to a Subway for lunch. The guys are being super nice and tell me I'm gonna do great. Everybody says don't stop smiling, always be positive. We get into the van and are driven to some random North York neighbourhood in Toronto. I leave my purse and belongings in the car, as everybody does. The boys all go off on their own, and I'm told that I'm shadowing the team lead for the day. The guy was so nice, but too nice, and it makes me uncomfortable. He smiles in a deranged way. We get to door, trying to get people to update their water heaters. His tactics are vile though. He doesn't outright say to homeowners, but he kind of acts like we've been sent by somebody. He says, "Hi, we're here to check your water heater and make sure that it complies with the date industry standards and whatnot." He then says, "Do I take my shoes off or do I leave them on?" And things like that. And then goes over, and the seniors seem like they struggled to speak English with him. They were signing a contract for a new water heater without their knowledge, thinking they're just signing some paperwork of somebody who checked the building and their water heaters. When I ask if we're scamming these people, his face goes from happy to scary. He says, "Don't ever say that again, we're not." The look on his face frightened me. I was stuck with him alone. For a while, we walked the house in silence. Some of the house's owners opened the door and seemed to be housewives, and my team lead always made an effort to flirt with them and they loved it. The more he flirted, the more attention they paid to what we were saying. Now, we walk in the house in the summer sun. I kept asking him when we got to go home. He said, "Well, it depends." It felt like I was in a Goosebumps book where the kids are made to trick or treat for hours. Now, it's been hours now, and we're outside. I ask him, "What time is it?" He tells me it's 10. I say, "I have a date in an hour, I'm gonna be late." I really did. And the guy's actually now my boyfriend. I had no idea that this job required you to work so late. I was only shadowing, so it wasn't a real shift for me. I then ask if I can go back to get something out of my car and just TTC at home. The team lead says no. My phone is in the van, so I can't even text my date that I'm going to be very late. The team lead says that we have to leave together. At 11, he takes me back to the van and we start driving to find the other guys. The team lead says that he feels bad about my date. Sure, he did. He says that he'll drop me off at home. I'm in such a hurry, I agree. When I get to the building, he steps outside and said, "I like you. You'd honestly be such an asset." I'm in such a rush that I agree quickly that I'll be back in the morning for the next shift. I go out for my date, had a wonderful evening, and then wake up the next morning for work. The job sucked, the hours were long, walking around with no breaks in the humidity. I guess that I'd really agreed to do it because I thought I could keep doing this bad job and just send out my resumes and find a better one in the meantime. Day 2 was a nightmare and actually was quite scary for me. Went to this morning cult-like prep talk, again grabbed lunch and then headed out for another neighborhood, this time in West Toronto. We also have a new team member with us. He is quiet and like me seems uncomfortable too. This time the team lead says that he'll spend 3 hours with me going door to door and then I'm on my own. The neighborhood had a lot of creepy old looking homes. The team lead had me trying to push my way into people's homes aggressively. I hated this. I knew in my heart it was a scam, but I wrestled with myself because I needed the money. Even still, after I found it was commission based as a physician and my team lead relied on me to make him money, he was getting upset because I was too shy and not hard enough to get people to sign contracts. At one point, and this part still upsets me, we get into the home and the owner is nice, but as soon as he closes the door with us inside, he pulls out his cell phone and starts filming us saying, "I know what you're up to, you're the scum of the earth, I work for this establishment, and I know all about your operation and your scamming." I was trying to cover my face and start tearing up. The situation's out of control. The guy uttered more threats to me, saying that he'd share the video everywhere and actually threatens to physically harm my team lead. I saw my chance and bolt out of the door, and the team lead followed behind me. The man yells that if we ever step foot there, he'd call the cops. One of his neighbors was on the porch and heard us screaming, saying, "Don't trust these, they're gonna rip you off." My heart was pounding, and my team leader suggests that we walk further away down the street before starting again. We did a few more houses and then he told me that I was good to go off by myself, I'm really shy and sensitive, and the idea of having to go into people's homes on my own scares me. Also, in my experience, most boilers are in people's basements. Every house I entered, my heart was pounding. I was so thankful when a little old lady would open the door. I'd explain why I was there, go to the basement because I didn't want to scam the people. I would just look at the boiler's last inspection date and say, okay, the boiler's fine, and run out of there. I went to one guy's house and he was home alone. He stood so close to me the entire time. I didn't like how close he was, and he kept touching my shoulders and the small of my back. Now, at the end of the day, I come back to the van. I didn't sell a single boiler, and I'm glad. The team leader, however, was not happy and said I lacked a positive attitude and enthusiasm. The guys got into the van and we started to drive away. When I looked in the back of the van and saw the new guy was missing, I informed the team lead and he acted like he just didn't care. I saw the guy left his sunglasses and a cell phone behind and knew that we needed to drive around to find him. We drove about 5 minutes and then the lead said, I guess he went home, let's get out of here. I complained and said that he's got to be around here. He must be. The team leader ignored us and drove back to the office. As we got there, I left quickly as I can and went home. I got to bed and called my parents and told them about my day and how upset I was by the job. I felt really drained. I felt like I'd been on high alert all day, especially when in people's basements. When I told my dad about being in the basement alone, he demands I quit. I told him that I already planned to. 2 days of this garbage was enough for me. I go to sleep thankful, thinking the day is over. The next morning, around the time that I should have gone to work, I call the team leader and our conversation goes as follows. Hi. He says, hey, where are you? We're about to start. I'm not coming in. After how I felt yesterday, I quit. What do you mean you quit? I just don't feel comfortable after the guy filmed us and being sent into basements alone. It's not safe. Oh no, this is safe. There's plenty of girls that do this job. So what happens if anything happens to me and I didn't show up in the van at the end of the night? Would you have left me behind like the other guy? He then says to stop worrying and that to calm down and this isn't going to happen and I'm really disappointed in you. I then say that I'm done and I don't feel safe and swear. Hung up the phone and never went back. So, I used to live near an infamous road. It's a thin road with no streetlights that has only a few houses at the end and lined with thick woods. There were no streetlights. We heard stories like ghosts being spotted in the woods, weird beasts and creepy vibes, and a penny thrown off the bridge which could actually return back to you. My boyfriend and I decided to drive down it one night in his car. It's a small stick shift car. The road has several pull-offs which you could park and sit in. We pulled off at the first one and take some footage of the woods. Nothing happened, so we continued driving to the next pull-off. We parked and shut the car. We then hear some rustling but assume that maybe it's some kind of animal moving away from the sound of the car. We sat there for a few seconds in the dark of the woods. We heard something hit the car like a rock or something. We then hear several pounds on the truck and roof. At this point, we decide to drive off. He attempts to start the car to no avail. He tried several times before that eventually it manages to start. He then put the gear in and steps on the gas and the car stood still. I was freaking out and told him to stop messing around, but he insists it wasn't the car. While in first gear and the gas depressed, we begin to be pulled backwards. Against all logic, the car was fighting to go forward like something that's there is actually pulling us. The tail lights up the forest behind us and you can see nothing. Out of nowhere, the car miracles forward and we drove away and pull off. We're truly blown away by the experience that we've just had and decide to find another pull off. This is stupid. The one we found before, which is close to the bridge, is where the pennies are thrown off. We decide to do the same here and throw a penny. We hit the small stream. We look back at the car and swear that we see somebody walking behind it to the woods, so we rush back but there's no sign of anyone. This is the last straw. We decide to get off the road ASAP. As we were driving, something hits the window of the car, and it sounds like a penny. A few years ago while I was hunting, back around the age of 14 and my brother was 9, my dad, little brother and I all went out for finding some deer one afternoon before the sun went down. While we were walking through the woods, before we even get started, my little brother starts tugging on my arm and said to me, "Did you see that?" I said that it's probably his imagination and he let go of my arm. A few minutes later, I could hear walking behind us. Now I turned around to find him gone. I quickly told my dad and we were looking for him. And the last half an hour, we realised that he walked over out of nowhere suddenly towards both of us. He's covered in mud like he'd fallen somewhere. I was worried and said, "Where had you gone?" And he stared at me, telling me that he couldn't remember and thought he never left. He acted normally afterwards, like nothing happened. Now, I don't know if this is scary to anybody else, but it really shook up my family. I haven't answered some of the questions. Several people have been asking whether or not he could tell or show me where he'd been to, and the answer is no. As I said, although I wasn't really specific, so that might have actually been on me, he told me he couldn't remember a thing, not what happened, nor why he was covered in mud, nor where he walked away in the first place, nor that he'd walked away at all. The only thing that he said he could recall was walking a few steps away from us, after seeing a doe from behind him, and that's it. He told me that he genuinely hardly remembered walking away, and acted like no time had passed. Also, people are asking how muddy, and I distinctly remembered that we had several flooding warnings in heavy rain before then, but it wasn't like knee-high mud. It had been in the middle of fall, and I can remember myself being irritated at the mud and leaves sticking into my boots. He wasn't drenched in mud. Afterwards, we found him, but his knees and palms were covered in it, along with having a few splotches here and there on the clothes. I had one other question on whether or not I asked him what he'd saw in the first place. He initially told me that after the event he saw a glimpse of a tall person standing near a tree, which I'm not sure of as he's a kid, and it'd be a hell of an imagination. And maybe he's very paranoid, but I don't know. Let me start off by saying that this is a true story which happened to me when I was about 13. I'm 27 now. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. My dad used to be part of a small hunting club in Alabama. Just a handful of guys he grew up with. Once a year, we would drive to the small town of Elba and camp for a few days and go hunting. There was a few different areas of land around the town that the club owned, and members could go hunting there. One of these areas of land is actually nicknamed the cemetery because, well, it had one on it. Nothing really creepy about the cemetery though. It was in the woods and the graves were of different people from back in the day. Now this land is nicknamed the cemetery, and there are 5 or 6 green fields, basically a cleared out area where there are no trees, just grass and a buck hut to hunt in. A buck hut is a tree house which you sit in and wait for deer to walk out onto the greens. This particular evening, we were going to hunt on Greenfield 1, the plot directly behind the old cemetery. The evening started off normal enough. Now my dad parked the truck and we walked down to the trail buck hut. We climbed up and wait, watching the woods. A bit of time passes and my dad tells me that he's going for a short walk to see if maybe he's seen a deer on the trail. Keep in mind I'm about 13 years old. Not a big deal, I've hunted alone before, and I'm not afraid to be alone in the woods. Besides, it's still light out. So I said okay, and he climbs down. It was just me and my 32 caliber Merlin rifle. The grass field in front of me is very dense, and so are the woods. Now this is where things get a little bit odd. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, and it was almost twilight now. My concern for my dad is growing because he's not returned. I was worried that maybe something happened to him or he got lost. However, he's experienced, and if he was lost, he would fire off a shot or yell or something, but the woods are dead silent. I figure maybe he's found a good spot and he wanted to hunt the twilight/dusk hour of the day, because that's prime time for hunting. So I just focused my attention on the grass field in front of me, just watching, listening, and waiting for a deer to walk out of the field as the light of day begins to fade. Just then, across the field I saw and heard some brush moving and breaking. The thought did not cross my mind that it could be my dad, but I highly doubted it. No way could it be him. That would be incredibly dangerous and stupid. I raised my rifle and pulled back the hammer, aimed it at the moving brush, and patiently waited for what I hoped was a deer to appear. Then, a girl floated out of the woods and onto the grass. She was transparent, with white, long flowing hair and a dress. She floated from one side to the other, then disappearing into the woods. I watched her for a solid minute or two. I couldn't believe my eyes, and I was petrified. Now I want my dad back. A short time passed, and it's now pitch black, and I'm still alone. My concern for my dad is turning into panic. I was too afraid to yell or look back towards the pitch black woods, where I saw a ghost. I then sat there alone for hours, terrified in the darkness. My dad eventually returned, and he acted as though he hadn't been gone for long. I asked him where he went, and he told me that he went for a short walk up the trail, turn around and come back. The timeline made no sense. He was gone for hours. It was unlike him to leave me alone for that long. He was adamant though he had gone for probably 15 or 30 minutes. We walked back to the truck, and honestly I couldn't have got out of there fast enough. The whole experience still confuses me to this day. Was the ghost I saw somebody buried there or something else entirely? Maybe my dad gone through some kind of time warp or something that I didn't know about. I never went hunting there ever again, and I really don't plan on going back there. Now, not anything that happened to me, but to a friend. So, he goes with a buddy to hike on a trail near our town, northern Washington state, so there's lots of woods and trees. When they get to the trailhead, there is one other car there, and he remembers seeing a person in the car. The person in the car was just staring at them, which he describes as really white with an unchanging face. He kept staring right at them without trying to hide it or look away. My friend gets scared and then decides to leave. And the next week or two after that, a couple of hikers and a ranger turned up passed away in that same area. Pretty sure they caught the guy. I don't know if the picture was ever released. Now, when I was about 11 or 12, I was getting candy with friends on Halloween in houses near the woods. It started getting pretty late, so we all decided to split off and go home. I was going down this one street that was really dark, and this dude come out of his house as I was passing by. "Hey, I could use your help," I hear. I'm usually always wanting to help, and I didn't stop to think about it, that maybe it's not a good idea to help a stranger in the dark by the woods. So, I stopped and waited for him to approach me. He then comes really close and says, "Please, get in my car and just start it for me while I look at the engine." He had a really weird look on his face. I ended up getting really bad vibes and said, "Actually, I'm going home." I could barely finish my sentence, and he then said, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to go home. I'm a nice guy and just need some help. Just get in the car with me, I'll give you a lot of candy for your help. And then start backing away, and every time I step back, he gets closer. My heart was racing. He didn't necessarily do anything bad at all, but it's the way that he's approaching me and talking to me way too close to comfort. I ended up saying, I'm really sorry, I'm going home, and start walking extremely fast and then run. I still think about it all the time because I'm not actually sure what his intentions were. My husband and I went camping in eastern Pennsylvania. The place we decided to stop is really primitive. Camping was free, no cell services and barely any roads. We did encounter 2 other people. They might not be a factor in what happened after all, but I'll describe them. The first was a woman who had her truck off to the side of the road a little way as we drove past it. She had the hood open and seemed to be waiting for someone to stop and offer help. Usually my boyfriend had no problem helping someone, but he said something off about her. She didn't really seem like she needed help, and usually people who need help look at you hopefully as you approach. She looked as though she expected us to stop. That's what my boyfriend said anyway, and I didn't really notice anything about it, which was strange. Now this was my boyfriend at the time, now husband, to put that into context. The next person came when we had chosen a spot and we were setting up a fire for hot dogs. I had noticed people drive by a few times, but my boyfriend pointed out each time it's the same car, and the man in the car watched us each time he passes. My boyfriend felt a little uneasy about this, but we had driven around for a while before finding a place that we liked. It had been raining and everything was muddy, and we wanted to go to the driest site possible. He could have been doing the same thing. We actually briefly thought about moving because the road is too muddy. Now if he wanted us all he has to do is follow the tracks. There were some other tracks but not many. He'd only have backtracked a little to relocate us again. He didn't come by another time, so we stayed and spent the several remaining hours before dark goofing off. No one else drove by. Whether or not those 2 actually had anything else to do with our experience, I don't know. But the real fear came later. We had gone to sleep in our tent, and sometime around 3 AM, we were woken by a very loud noise. I can't describe it very well, or even remember exactly what it sounded like, but my boyfriend said it reminded him of a chain gun revving up. It was also similar to how it would sound if somebody recorded a shovel being dragged over gravel and played over a speaker. He jumped up and looks out the little window but can't see anything. The sound repeats itself a few more times. I was too scared to speak, so my boyfriend whispers that it's probably miles off and that I should go back to sleep. I didn't question this, as I figured loud sounds could easily be heard miles off. After we left, he told me it sounded like it had actually become something that was just down the road, and he didn't want me to freak out. Looking back, I probably should have wondered why he would bother to whisper if apparently the sound was off. I was terrified. Every little thing I heard outside sounded like somebody was walking around the tent. We laid there for a while longer, and when finally my boyfriend told me to get dressed because we're leaving, I get alarmed. And even more alarmed when he unwraps a machete we bought just for this trip. Now, we quickly packed up and loaded the car. I looked around for boot prints, but there weren't any other than our own. Despite the moon providing plenty of light, I couldn't really see. I did point out something to my boyfriend that he hadn't noticed, so there was a beer can by our dead fire that wasn't there before. We didn't even bring beer. While we were driving away, my boyfriend explained that he was nervous somebody might have been trying to lure us out, so he didn't think it was a good idea for us to run from the tent right away. He also half expected to find out that the gas tank had been siphoned out, but that wouldn't have stopped us because we had a hybrid car. We actually joked it'd make a good hybrid car commercial. Now, the rest of our trip we only stayed in well-populated campsites or a hostel. My experience at the Skull Valley primitive campgrounds in Utah absolutely terrified me, and it's ruined my camping for probably good. Now, I'd love to get people's ideas on what happened. Here's what happened. The summer before last, I took a road trip from my home in Colorado up the west coast into Canada. My northernmost destination being Fernie, BC, Canada, as I have family out there. I mapped out a series of free campgrounds to stay at instead of hotels. I love camping and it would help me stay on a budget as well. My boyfriend at the time also was traveling, so we were planning to meet up in San Francisco and get to Seattle together. I was doing the first bit of the trip with just my dog, and my first planned campsite was a place called Skull Valley Primitive in Utah. Now, I found the site easily. The camping spots were also up a dirt hill, so I took the first site I saw, as my car is not made for off-roading. I set up my tent without any issues and changed into my hiking boots. It was so hot. I remembered my poor dog had to have a cool towel down after I set up camp because he couldn't cool down on his own. There was actually a ton of other campsites, but hardly anyone using them. There were 2 RVs I come across parked super far away from my site, and I was definitely the only tent camper there. I decided to go take a hike around before the sun was down. The campsite is adjacent to these mountains that rises out of flat ground and would have what appeared to be cave dwellings carved into the face of them. I wanted to investigate, so Teddy, my dog, and I started off in that direction. After only a few minutes of walking, we hit a barbed wire fence, and I don't think twice about ducking under it to continue onwards. I just didn't think it would be a problem. Only a few yards after I had hopped the fence, I stopped dead in my tracks. An eerie and unusual sound was coming from the direction of the cave dwellings. The best description that I can give you is that it sounded like dozens of humans trying to howl like wolves. Like many people pretending to be a wolf pack, and it sounded like its origin was inside the caves themselves. My dog was as spooked as I was and had already started running back to the campsite when I turned around. The sounds actually continue until I'm well inside the camp perimeters. The sun was almost completely set when I decided to let Teddy out for one last bathroom break. I was freaked out by what had happened and didn't want to be running around in the dark. Teddy is a dog that simply does not need a leash. He's never more than several feet away from me, so I didn't use one. I zipped up the tent and walked away from our site. Now, suddenly I realize he's gone. I can't see him anywhere, and there's no sign of him. The sun had finished setting by that time, and I finally gave up screaming for him and returned to my tent, which had not been left alone. The tent actually had a broken zipper when I arrived, and my stuff was strewn about. Though nothing was missing, I want to emphasize that fact that during this period, I noticed that there were no natural noises, no crickets or anything like that, and the only way I can describe the feeling that I had was pure dread. I never felt so scared before. In fact, I feel the same terror while I write this out. I decide to grab my taser and try and find Teddy. After a bit of whistling and shouting for him, I realize that he's not coming back, so I headed into my tent. I used some safety pins I had, which I closed the zipper with. Now, this is where things get weirder. As I lay there trying not to completely freak out, something starts to violently shake my tent from multiple angles. I can feel it / them brush against my feet sometimes, and the shaking is relentless. At some point, several hours later, I heard my dog outside and I peek out. It was him. I quickly unpin that part of the door and he jumps in. His behaviour is definitely off, and He reacted to the constant shaking of our tent even more than I did. Neither of us slept good that night, and as soon as the morning arrived, we were gone. I called my now ex-boyfriend to drive me out and recounted exactly what happened. He started to Google the area and found out that where I'd walked into was actually the site of an extremely small and impoverished Native American reservation. So his hypothesis was that we had been there, but something had been watching me and decided to mess with me in the dark. Now, this is weird. I don't really know where to begin. I've been house sitting for some friends in the rural PMW. They live up in the long hills on a long twisting road, and the house itself is at the end of a long gravel driveway. The house also sits up against a big evergreen forest. I should also mention that at one point, the driveway branches off and goes into the woods. Now I have no idea why. I've explored in these areas before and there's nothing. The road is too overgrown for a vehicle to go through anyway, or so I thought. Now recently it snowed a lot here, and I've been kind of trapped, as my gutless sedan doesn't have four-wheel drive, and the driveway is covered in over a foot of snow, and the road hasn't been ploughed. Anyway, a couple of nights ago, I was sitting up awake reading. I haven't been sleeping well because I got COVID and coughing keeps me up at night. It was about 11:30 and I saw headlights outside the window. I could hardly believe it. First, it was late at night. Second, there's been so much snow that most cars couldn't even make it up here. And third, my friends are out of state and no one else would be coming up here, and they certainly wouldn't be doing so during the night. I peeked out of the window and watched as the headlights, instead of turning right at the bend, come towards the house, then into the woods. I was curious, but I'm also a coward, so I didn't do anything as ridiculous as follow the car in the forest in the middle of the night, but I couldn't let it go. So in the morning, I grabbed my boots and parka and stupidly leave to investigate. The next part I genuinely can't explain. There was one set of tyre tracks in the snow heading down the road into the woods. I followed them about half a mile into the forest and they suddenly stopped. There was a large fallen tree blocking the road and no vehicle in sight. The tyre tracks just ended and there's no footprints in the snow either. I mean, that's it. I had no explanation to this and I'm really running out of ideas of what it could actually be, and I'm definitely freaked out by this. This story took place 20 years ago when my father and I went on a backpacking adventure. Now, it was a beautiful day when we set out for this. We were actually going camping somewhere, and I was very happy to be out with my father. My father is a forest ranger, and working in that service, I don't always get to see him when I want to. So, at the time, that made me very happy. I could also learn lots of different cool things while we went out on these foresty adventures. It wasn't the first time that we'd been on such ones, but this one in particular felt really special. I was only about 14 at the time, so not very old, but I looked a lot younger than that. Now, as we set out, there's some cloud cover, but not enough to really stop where we were going. The scenery was really picturesque. The trees were pretty tall, and there were some kind of shrubs and things on either side of us. While I'm walking on the first part of the path, I realise that there's someone up ahead of us. I say, Dad, do you see that person over there? My dad turns and looks at me, kind of perplexed, and says, No, I don't think there's anyone there. I say, Dad, yeah, look, don't you see that guy up there who keeps on turning to look at me? And he says, No, I really don't see anything, son. So, with that, we just continue on our way. Now, I don't know if it was because I was young or whatever, but my dad really didn't seem to believe what I was telling him. I'm not sure why. From my point of view, I kept on seeing somebody up ahead of us, dressed in kind of like the fishing or hunting gear, and they just kept on darting in and out of the trees. I would actually see this happening so consistently that I kind of switched off and ignored it. My dad actually took over place with me and would go up ahead just a few meters, and he also wouldn't actually see anything during this time. Again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but we press on regardless. Now, as we're looking around, I can certainly make out that there's a few people now. There doesn't seem to be just one, there's at least two. Again, I raise it to my dad and he tells me that if you can find it in a place I can see it, then yeah, we'll head back. And I thought this was pretty bizarre. I realise now that my dad was probably trying to calm me down, and he actually told me that he was a little bit worried but couldn't see a thing. And that's what I think's so odd about this experience. It turned out that no matter how many times I would tell him about it, he couldn't see anything. But like I found out later, he was in fact concerned a little bit. Now, we eventually get to roughly where we're going to set up camp, and I don't really feel that safe there. I tell my dad over and over again that I really think this isn't a good idea, and I'm pretty sure that somebody's kind of followed us in here. But again, my dad being dismissive just tells me not to worry about it and that we should just enjoy the day together. This is when he kind of switched off, but I guess I didn't. So we set up a little camping bit and we decide that we're going to do some fishing. Hadn't done fishing in a while. I certainly wasn't the best at it, but the whole time that we're doing this I just can't relax, and I have the feeling that we're being followed or at least watched. Now this is the next weird thing. As we're fishing, I feel something hit me and fall off. I don't know, I think maybe something's fallen from my jacket. So I turn around and see what it is, and there's a stone. I pick it up and inspect it, but I can't see anything weird about it, and I put it down again. I look all around and another stone falls next to me. At this point in time my dad isn't here, he's gone to set up a campfire, and I think this might be my dad. I decide to get a handful of these rocks just so I can throw them back. But then I hear it. A whistling sound. I can't figure out where it's coming from when suddenly I spot it. There's somebody halfway up a tree with binoculars, literally staring at me, trying to wave now. I say, "Dad?" And they raise their finger to their mouth for me to be quiet. Still confused as to what was happening, I decide that I should start heading back to the campsite, and that's what I do. I find my dad there and I say, "Dad, what was that?" He says, "What, son?" I ask him what's he doing again, and he says literally nothing, this is a fire. And I say, "No, I thought you were up a tree with binoculars," and he kind of laughs at me and says, "No, of course I wasn't, what do you mean?" Looking more serious now, and I go and take him to the exact spot where it happened, and there's no one in the tree. He says, "Son, look, I know you've not been out here that many times, but try not to scare yourself too much, alright?" And he kind of convinced me that nothing was wrong, and I actually relaxed a bit. I say, "Yeah, but Dad, they were throwing stones at me." And he tells me that he's not really seen anyone out here this whole time, and he would know about it because of his line of duty. I kind of sighed at this and actually cringe at it today, because yeah, you can do something, but that doesn't mean that you're an expert of every situation related to it. Now, I'm pretty unsettled, and we decide to get some shut-eye now, but the whole time I just could not sleep. I don't know, I just really couldn't. But eventually I managed to half drift off, and I'm awoken to the sound of rainfall. I then wipe my eyes and kind of sit up. I realise it's not rainfall, but it sounds like there's something wrong with the tent. It sounds like one big drop of water then nothing. So I get up and look outside. My dad's still asleep at this point, and as I take my head outside of the tent door, I realise that a stone lands close to me again, The fire's gone out now, and I hear some whistling again. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I was so tired that I'm pretty convinced I was half asleep. But then I hear a voice. It tells me in a hushed tone, "Come here. I want to show you something." And I'll turn around and try and wake my dad and say, "Dad, please, you've got to come here. There's something very wrong." And my dad slowly gets up. Now, the second that my dad starts moving, we can hear all kinds of crashing sounds through the trees. And clearly somebody's running away. I say, "Dad, Dad." And my dad gets up very quickly and grabs a flashlight. He points it in the direction where that we thought we heard somebody, but there's just some trees moving. My dad says, "Son, come on, it's just an animal. Just go to sleep. We probably didn't tie the food up properly, and I don't know, not to worry about things." Now, this actually frustrates me quite a lot because I'm not kidding. I literally heard someone, but again, my dad, being dismissive now and a little bit angry, says, "Son, it's just in your head. I'm really tired and we need to sleep." So you imagine how I felt at this point. I had a parent who wasn't really taking my concerns very seriously, and from my perspective, there's literally somebody out here trying to lure me into the woods, but apparently this is just an animal who also speaks perfectly good English. Yeah, right. Good chance for leaving that. So after a sleepless night, we get our things together and we start heading over to the next campsite. It was only a few day trip, but I really wasn't enjoying it now. I keep on and on telling my dad that I think something's wrong here, but he doesn't listen to me. And again, I think I can hear something, and my dad finally takes it more serious now. I'd hear twigs snapping in the distance, and this was kind of unsettling me a lot, and my dad decides to climb off a small hill just to see what he can see. Now, my dad actually goes up a tree a little bit. I don't know how he did it because it's quite heavy, and I was laughing the whole time trying to watch him, saying, "Dad, that the tree's gonna come down," and that kind of broke the tension a lot. I ended up coming up after him and he says, "Son, look at this." I go up quite quickly, half expecting to see somebody there, but there's literally nobody around. He says, "See, nothing to worry about," and I'm a little more relaxed this time. Now, I look around once more, and I'm sure that I can see somebody again. Well, I don't see a person, but I just see the faintest glisten off of glass, like somebody with binoculars is staring at us. And I try and get my dad to look at it, but he says, "Son, I don't have my glasses with me or binoculars. I can't see it." And I'm completely baffled now because literally dead in front of him, I can see the glisten off something, but he's not paying attention. The thing that scared me is this is pointed directly at the tree that we're a part of, so they knew we were here. But again, my dad's dismissive and says, "Come on, son, we're nearly there now." And that was that. So I go down the tree first, and I actually got stuck halfway down and my dad had to free me, but eventually we make it to the bottom. Things are a little bit better now, and I feel fortunate for that. So now, with the sun getting closer to setting, we eventually head off and finally make it to the new campground. And this is when my dad finally or formally acknowledges that something's off. He says, "Yeah, you're kind of right. There was definitely someone here at some point." I say, "What do you mean?" He said, "God, I've reserved this spot. There shouldn't be anybody here." And my dad was more annoyed about spending money and someone tainting his precious spot, which again I think is pretty bizarre. I asked him, "Well, how do you know someone's here?" And he said, "Look, there's some tracks here and they're pretty fresh. And you can kind of see a weird boot print. It's almost like they come up to where the campground is and then just go off into the tree line, but you can tell they're pretty fresh." There was also evidence of some kind of fire being here not too long ago. And what does my dad do? Just dismisses it. Pretty annoyed now, I walk off and I know where a lake is that I can go and get a good view of. It's not really a lake, it's more like a body of water, but I want to just get away from him for a bit and clear my head. Looking back on it, it probably wasn't a good idea, but it felt like the thing to do. I sit there for a while, and my dad's aware of where I've gone because I've told him, but not the exact reason for it. I keep on playing the events over and over again in my head, and I start to worry that maybe I've got some kind of weird flu that's making me see things. Or maybe that's just how it is when you're out here on places like this. There's things that you can see, things that you can almost touch, but they aren't actually there. I mean, I don't know. I've heard lots of people scaring themselves like this, and I know that it's some kind of self-fulfilling cycle, and I try to relax myself more, finally taking my dad's side of the story. I mean, it does seem pretty weird that my dad's got no recollection of these things really, and he never seems to be able to see it, but that's fine. So I start to feel a bit better now, and I start throwing some stones into the water. I was trying to get the stones to skip, but it wasn't really working. And then, what do I know? Over my shoulder, a stone goes just past my head, and I hear sorry. Now I'm frozen then. It doesn't sound like my dad. And I can hear someone approaching now. I decide to get the biggest rock I can and turn around quickly and scream, and I'm met with my dad. He says, "God, son, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get the stone that close to you, but I want to help you out." And I dropped the stone and my God, and kind of cursed myself for being so silly once more. My dad actually showed me how to skip the stones, and it was pretty cool. I can never really get them to bounce more than a couple of times, but I found if you got the right shape on and threw it with your arm kind of twisted, you would actually be able to make them move in the water, which I thought was pretty cool. It's something I've been doing ever since actually when I get the chance, but my dad says sorry for not believing me, and I say sorry for just making him worry for no reason. We made up from a little kind of falling out, and we head back for a night that I'm never going to forget. So, we get back to the campgrounds, and my dad looks a little bit more worried, and I keep asking him what's wrong. He keeps telling me, "Son, don't worry, there's nothing." But he eventually says that he feels like somebody's watching us now and can't shake it. He tells me that he's going to have his knife near the door, and if anything comes, they're going to get it. And that actually makes me feel a little bit more safe. And then eventually, we drift off to sleep. Now, I'm awoken by the urge to pee, and I don't know what the time was, but I remembered there were plenty of stars out, and I'd never really paid attention to them before. I remember thinking to myself that I could actually look at this all day, and I couldn't get over how beautiful the view actually was. These stars look absolutely gorgeous, and as I'm standing there, I realise that it's time to pee now. So I head off and go to an area that I can urinate in. After finishing my business, I go to turn around and I feel something. Within what's probably less than a second, somebody sweeps me up and I go to scream, but my mouth is covered. I don't know what's happening, all I know is the adrenaline and rush of it, and I start desperately trying to fight my way back. This terrifying situation suddenly hits my conscious at once, and I realise that somebody has literally swooped me up and is heading off into the tree line. Every second that they take a step further away from my dad in safety is agonising, and I try harder to scream. I'm screaming, "Dad, Dad," and then I hear somebody telling me to be quiet. They tell me that if I make another sound that they're going to kill me right here and now, and the way they said it in their tone makes me entirely believe them, and I go more quiet. I'm still trying to struggle to escape, but I just can't. All I know is that I'm very disorientated and I don't know where I'm going. Every so often I get another view of the stars up ahead of me, and I keep trying my very best to fight back. Then suddenly, I remembered something that I could do from a survival class we had in school. Apparently, if you're in a situation like this, then you want to gouge eyes or hit some sensitive parts, and I choose the latter. With all my 14-year-old strength, I swing back and whack down as hard as I can, and I hit this guy in, well, you can imagine where. And finally, with a thud, I hit the ground. Now, I got up and immediately started screaming like a bat out of hell, and I start running. I run so quick that immediately I knock myself over from hitting into a tree, and then I go silent. I then hear somebody screaming out, "Hey, hey," and I realise that my dad's woke up. I can hear someone panicking around me, swearing, saying, "Where are you? Just come here. We're gonna go on an adventure." They keep repeating that. All I knew that I could do in this moment is to remain as quiet as I possibly can. I do this for another 2 or 3 minutes before I realise that this person has gone off and I don't know where they are. Now I'm met with a choice. I can either make noise so my dad knows where I am, or remain as quiet as possible, but I decide it's time to make some noise, and I start to make my way towards my dad screaming. I say, "Dad, Dad." He says, "Son, come into the light." And I start sprinting towards him and stupidly go into another tree. I didn't actually feel the pain of it until afterwards, so I mean, I was probably pumped full of adrenaline because of the situation that I was in. I run over to my dad and he grabs me and says, "Where is he? I'm gonna kill that," and lots of profanities. I tell him I don't know where he is, and my dad's so angry that he's shaking with a knife and torch in one hand. I say, "Dad, we've got to get back," and he says, "Son, I know." My dad curses out very loudly, saying, "I'm gonna kill you," over and over again, and he takes me back to the tent, still screaming this. He says, "Sonny, you're right," and asks me to explain what happened, and he starts profusely apologising for not believing what I said, and he tells me, "Don't worry, we're gonna get him." We get some of the basic things we need, and my dad grabs me by my hand, holding my hand very tightly, and we start heading along the trail again, and we start the path back to where we started originally. It doesn't take too long, and we're pretty much back where we're supposed to be, and my dad immediately gets onto a phone at the station, makes a call to the police, and waits for the police to arrive. He keeps on asking me over and over again what happened and how, and eventually the police arrive, and I can't actually describe the person, because the thing is I couldn't see them at all, but I do give quite a detailed account of what had happened in the days leading up to it. The police put it down to an attempted kidnap, and they do a large manhunt. Now, we get everything together and drive home, and my dad just constantly apologises for not believing me sooner. He says that as soon as we get home, he's going to come back and join the search with his knife. Well, it turns out he wasn't able to do that in the end, because obviously the police aren't going to let him go out there and kill someone, and eventually he calms down enough to come back to his senses. Now, this whole ordeal only lasted for a few days, but it actually felt like a lifetime. I'll never forget the image of that person running off somewhere into the woods and me hiding, or of the torches of the police going into the forest trying to hunt this person. I wish I could say that they got to him, but I don't think it ever happened. Now, for all I know, that person could still be out there at large and could be preying on other people like me. It sounds bad to say, but I really wish that my dad could have just got to him and finished him off, because what that guy could have done to me is not even worth thinking about. I'm just very grateful for the survival lessons which I had, which allow me to react accordingly in this situation. I think everyone listening to this should do similar training, because you don't know when you actually need it. I've spoken to my dad about this many times after, and he said that it was only on the first day that he kind of got concerned, but after I kept on saying something that seemed so unbelievable, he just couldn't believe it himself, and he said because of his service, he was pretty convinced that it couldn't have been the case, because he had never seen anything like it before. Apparently cases this bad are very uncommon, and he just never expected to experience one himself. We did eventually go on lots of different camping adventures after that, and they were much better, but we wouldn't go to very desolate places or where nobody was around. I think that's key to this. I think if you go to places that are miles away from different people, or any people for that matter, then you're not going to find the best of people. And probably lots of times that you think that you're on your own in the forest, you might actually not be, and that is an incredibly dangerous thing, I think. Yes, I learnt this the hard way, but I'm glad that I'm still alive today. Now, back in the mid-80s, I was camping with my parents and a friend next to the Columbia River in Oregon. It was at one of those KOA type places my mum liked, but pleasant enough that it wasn't really overcrowded while we were there. My friend and I slept in a tent pitch next to a trailer and were up really late one night playing Risk and drinking lots of soda. Both of us had to go to the bathroom and decided to go back up to camp facilities instead of waiting for my parents using the trailer toilet. Everybody else in the camp was fast asleep, but it was really noisy out due to all the frogs and crickets. On the walk up, neither were talking. And about halfway there, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I get this weird chilled sensation. My friend stopped and put his arm out to stop me, and put his finger to his lips in a gesture to be quiet. That's when I realised that there was no noise anywhere. No frogs, crickets, nothing. I had this urge to bolt out of the tent, but it wasn't strong enough to actually make me move. I looked over to my friend who was staring up at the sky. I looked up and didn't realise that while I was seeing the stars all shooting off to my left, a slow light appeared from right to left. Now you could see something gigantic in the sky bolting out of the stars, but with the way stars were appearing, it looked like it come on its own, if that makes sense. Imagine like you're holding up a big piece of cardboard over your head at night, moving from left to right. It felt like that. No lights though, no colours, no noise, only the sensation of nothingness, slowly moving off to our right. I don't know how long we watched for, but by the time the stars had all reappeared up at the top of the trees over the river, the frogs had started making noises again. We talked about it before we're falling asleep, and decided to keep quiet about it the next day, in the hopes of hearing somebody else in the camp talking about it, but we don't hear anything. Nothing. Now, we stayed up there for a couple more days after that, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. By the way, the weather while we're there is beautiful with no clouds or fog. It creeps me out to this day, but at the same time fascinates me as to what it might have been. So I've always been a believer in the supernatural. I'm mostly open-minded to new ideas, and I know a lot of people have seen some weird things out here. And whenever I mention the Jersey Devil, people want to know what happened. I mean, I would too. It's a long story and it's time for me to share it. So, a bit of background. I'm a Jersey native, born and raised, and when I was about 12 or 13, my entire family went camping in the Pine Barrens, which is said to be where it was born. Ever since I was little, I've been into occult stuff. I already knew about the Jersey Devil, and I was the oldest cousin, so I couldn't tell you how many times we searched around the cabin that it was born in. Should I mention that we used to go camping there all the time, but less and less as we got older. So I remembered it being the first night, and I remembered we were watching the movie about something and I loved it. I mention this because I had a pretty fun night before I encountered it, so I wasn't in a nightmare-induced hallucination or anything. So another fact is that my family didn't actually like to camp. We had RVs, so it was just my dad and I in our camper, and it had one bed in the back, and I slept on the couch that pulled out onto another bed. My dad closes all the blinds behind us, and has the one next to the biggest window. Little me is asleep and happy, and then boom, I wake up to thunder and lightning. I remembered not liking how loud it was and not being able to go to sleep again, so I just lay there and listened to the storm, which must have been right above me because how frequent the lightning is. Okay, so this is where I think I'm hearing something, like footsteps. I thought I did. And then there was like a hump sound, like an animal. But they started off quiet and of course got louder and louder and closer. I'm still not really thinking about anything yet. I mean, I was still freaked out, but again, I was certain that it was just a storm. In a matter of seconds, I was like, oh god.
Not the storm, mind you. I'm facing the window up against the wall so I could look up and see the blinds and see a tiny bit of outside. This is important because that's when this thing comes up to the window. So I'm there, terrified, hardly breathing because in my head I'm like, what just stomped up to our RV? Again, this happens very fast and the lightning strikes again, boom. It looks like a horse is looking into the RV. Honestly, type in this, I can still hear the breathing on the glass. I only saw a little bit of the bottom of its chin, I guess. This might have been in my head, but I'm pretty sure I saw what appeared to be fangs once the lightning struck. I spun around so I didn't face the window anymore. I regretted moving at all. At this point I'm holding my breath, begging whatever it is to not see me. So, lightning strikes again and I see its shadow, almost as if the lightning was directly behind it. It looked like a horse, definitely had the same size head as a horse, but the top half seems to resemble a goat. It looked like it had weird horns or something to that matter, and something felt off in my brain that was like, oh no. Also remember that I was only seeing what I could from the lightning strikes. It starts to make its way towards the front of the RV and like I said, all our blinds are shut, so as soon as I heard those loud footsteps making the way towards the front, I basically jump into my dad's bed. I lay down behind him and didn't make too much movement because I was shaking him, but trying to get him awake. He said something like, just go to bed. He knew I wasn't a fan of storms and that's probably his first thought. Just to paint a clearer picture, I'm up against the wall behind my dad, there's a window in front of me and him, and at the top of our heads. The footsteps then come around again, and since I'm behind my big dad, when the lightning struck, I could only see the weird top part of its head, the ears and horns I guess. Anyway, it was there, looking in, like I can still hear the thing breathing. The most confusing thing is that when it left and headed towards my aunt's campgrounds, so was the storm. In the beginning when I initially woke up from the storm, I guess it must have been close. I guess in theory. Maybe this thing was so loud, with its hoofs breathing, that it comes to wake people up, or God knows. I've dealt with lots of people who had survival camps and have spent many days or even years out in the barrens with no signs whatsoever. But that's what's so intriguing to me. I mean, it's an entity. I don't know whether it's related to the storm or not, but I'm just really thankful that we actually had the RVs there and stuff. But to be honest, it must have been about 8 feet tall to be able to look into the windows. Now, then I had a big argument to my aunt and dad on why there was no way it was a horse. I live in Jersey City now, but I'm never going to forget the camping trip. Now as I'm writing this post, it's still fresh in my mind. It occurred around midnight of Saturday, September the 2nd, and each day that goes by, I feel more and more unsure about what happened that night. To preface this took place in the Olympic Peninsula, along the Hood Canal. My girlfriend's parents recently bought a beautiful riverfront property up there, down a private gravel road that has a few other houses here and there. Their property is heavily forested on all sides, though the neighbours' houses are vaguely visible both on the left and right. The night was winding down after watching a movie. Everybody had gone to sleep while I laid awake on my phone. The windows were open, letting in the pleasant sound of the river bubbling outside. Close to midnight, I started hearing splashing of the river, which startles my dog, but was easily explainable as elk or deer crossing the river since the area is very wild. However, after the splashing subsided, I heard a repeated animal cry that sounded kind of like a mixture of a scream and yell. It's hard to remember exactly in time, but it was deep, not like a cougar or fox screaming, and fast really. Definitely odd, but still explainable as an animal. This happened to me for 10 or so minutes, intermediately, with what sounded like a huffing or snorting sound. I was alert at this point, listening and trying to calm my dog, who was utterly going crazy and unsettled by this sound. As I listened, it starts to move closer, at first sounding like it was crossing the river, but now on the right side of the home. As it moved closer, it transforms into what sounded like a human screaming for help in the most deranged and unsettling way possible. It was like it was screaming for help, but couldn't quite form the sound it needed or words. It literally gave me goosebumps thinking of it now. At this point I was thinking, what the heck, and woke up my girlfriend. We listened together in silence and rushed to wake up her parents when we both heard it pronounce help. Both dogs start going crazy and screaming, but it suddenly stops, so the parents didn't get a good grasp of the sound. After shining flashlights out the windows, we went downstairs and made sure all the doors are locked and windows. After a sleepless night, we woke up and walked the perimeter of the property and found no signs of animals or humans. I was expecting to see a bloody human remain or something similar because of how intense the screams were. Now, at this point, I regretted not going outside armed to investigate. I spent the last 2 days racking my brains trying to figure out what it was. I've looked into every animal sound out there and haven't heard a single thing that sounds like this particular animal that we heard that night. I'd probably imagine it was something that you really do encounter and that it was something dangerous. I live in Alberta. We have bears, lynx, moose, wolves and cougars. The cougars scare me more than anything else out here. Now, my husband and I were out hiking on an old hunting trail quite far into the park with our dog. The dog was super big, a Rottweiler, an Irish wolfhound, and very well trained. We'd been hiking for about 2 hours and stopped for a rest on a fallen log. We'd been sitting for just a few minutes when the dog suddenly starts to bark. He sits up and stares intently into the dense brush bordering the path. After a minute, he jumps up and starts growling and hackles. He's now standing between us and the brush. We didn't see a thing though, but we know that there's cougars in the area. Not much else is out there, so it's quiet and hidden out there, so we pack up and start hiking back. The dog is super relieved we're walking and leaving, following us, checking behind us every so often. While we hike back for 10 minutes or so, the dog stops, staring behind us, growling loudly again. We have bear spray but no gun. We figure the cougar is following us, so we keep hiking back and the bear spray's out. It goes like that for roughly an hour. We hike for a while, dog watching our back and occasionally stopping to growl. Whatever he senses, we actually don't. The dog stays tense for the rest of the way back and keeps looking over our shoulders. But the last half of the hike, he doesn't growl at anything else. Still scared the life out of me, but I'm so grateful that the dog actually stuck with us instead of running off, which usually ends in people being eaten. Now, I live in upstate New York near a relatively high traffic trail that runs alongside a stream for a proportion of it. Last week, I noticed a dead deer near the stream, pretty common in our area, especially in the winter time. We went for a walk yesterday evening and I passed where the deer was and saw something that's really messing with me since. Something is leaning over the passed away deer. It looks like a pig but large, the size of a grown man, with loose skin. Its whole face was kind of sagging and leaking out of its nose and eyes. I worked with livestock before, so I knew what a pig should be, and this is wrong. Its body is swollen, its back legs are sprayed out, so I couldn't really see it. Now I just knew it was long. I see that it has virtually no hair and smooth skin. It was sitting on its back haunches near the deer, and by the time I got close enough to see it, it was staring at me, totally still. I have this sick feeling when I notice it. It was standing like 20 feet away, on the trail, just looking. The deer carcass of kinds is everywhere. It had been very messily eaten, and while I watched the pig, it raises up on its hind legs, and I saw that they ended not in cleft foot, but in large hands like human hands. It reached into the deer and reached out a chunk from its side, raised it to its snout, and ate out of its hands. All of this happened in a matter of seconds, and as soon as I saw its hands, I just turned away and gone back as quick as I could. I wanted to run, but I was afraid it would chase me, so I didn't want to go back there. It was the worst walk of my life. I was afraid to look behind, and I was so scared the pig would follow me, but I made it out. Now, I'm trying to understand the encounter. I want to believe my mind was playing tricks on me, but I really truly do not know what to think of this encounter. Now, I've had this story for 6 years, and I haven't really spoke about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful, and we're able to drive through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely nobody's around. We set up camp the next day, and we went hiking, soaked up in the hot springs, and come back and had dinner. It's all very normal until the next day. Now I need to give some context as to how we slept that night, so you can understand my confusion. Before we go to sleep, I put our food cooler and a stereo that we brought into the car and lock it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far right side of the tent away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent everything seems normal. We get out. Our campsite was in absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown over and things are scattered everywhere. Even the stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to a tree. All of the car doors are open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods fell off now. It was quiet, and not really the beautiful place that we saw yesterday. Everything feels wrong now. My ex accuses me of not locking the door the night before, and that an animal got our stuff, but I promise that I locked it. I then go back into the tent to get the keys from my backpack, but they aren't there. I then found them later on the ground next to the car. We quickly throw everything into the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had happened. He finally spoke up when we're almost home and told me that night he had a dream that somebody was kneeling over him holding a gun, just staring at him. When I tried to question him more, he said he didn't want to talk about it, and that I shouldn't speak about it anymore. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something wrong happened to us those nights in the woods then, and I just cannot explain it. Now my friends and I are avid outdoorsmen, primitive camping, hiking, etc. There is this local country park with a weird/spooky history. Lots of people with odd sightings, menacing experiences, and reportedly witchcraft. You get the idea. Well, we were hiking there and decided to follow a couple of game trails. We wanted to get away from the casual hikers and explore the more unexplored parts of the forest. We'd gone several miles in and come to an area with a lower bush line, so our visibility is really good. All of a sudden, a storm comes upon us and erupts around us with no wind to speak of. After the incident occurred, we had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. We had gone several hundred yards away when my friend calls out, "What's that?" When we look towards the area where my friend is pointing, you see a dark humanoid shape by the tree. It's about 4 feet tall, dark brown to black in colour, and seems to be highly agitated when we notice it. The only way to describe its movement was that light was bouncing off it back and forth. It's given off an aggressive vibe, Instinctively, we pull out our knives. My friend pulled out his axe, and we felt combat was inevitable. It keeps watching us, emulating this aggressive energy. For some reason, we decide to go towards it. What happened next, I simply can't explain. It just disappears. Once we both saw it disappear, we make a beeline to the tree it was at, and there is no sign or sound of anything being there. We look around and there's nothing. There was no way it could have gotten away without making a sign or even making a noise, as the brush wouldn't have moved that fast. Sleeving our weapons, we're absolutely in awe as we have no idea at what's just happened to us. Now, I've struggled with my story for years, mostly because I couldn't believe what I saw. I never get too superstitious, but I'd be lying if I said that I'd never had any encounters with unexplainable things, and this one tops the list. I know people don't believe me, but my god, I'm being honest. I was camping with my Boy Scout troop in Alpine, New Jersey when I was in the 8th grade. I stepped out of the cabin in the middle of the night to go to the toilet and do my business. I stepped outside for a second, taking in the cabin site. I was standing by a picnic table and glanced around. The moon was so bright that it made the sky look blue rather than dark, and there was a light fog ominously casting along the campsite. I then heard a rustling in some bushes and didn't react much at first, but it continued and got louder. Slowly, I moved my flashlight along until I get to the source of the sound as it got louder and louder. I looked over and I see this absolutely gigantic thing standing on its hind legs. He was tall and had a muscular body with fur that looks to be dark grey. He had the head of a wolf and dog, only thicker, and the weirdest part, yellow eyes. I stare at him and he stares back. He then just vanishes. Ran away faster than I ever thought was possible. I was so bewildered that I blacked out for a minute and had to sit down, but when I went back to the cabin and tried to get asleep, I then realised that I'm really struggling to block it out of my mind until eventually it becomes a repressed memory. But I eventually find it resurfacing after watching an episode of Monster Quest about werewolves. This doesn't really bother me. Truthfully, I actually think it is pretty cool, almost like seeing something from a perfect horror movie. The funny thing is, I didn't feel like this thing didn't want me to see it or anything. It's as though we looked at each other and silently agreed to say nothing, to leave each other alone, and then act like nothing has happened. I personally don't buy into the transformation stuff with the moon, but maybe this is some kind of weird species that we don't know about. I don't know. To get straight to the point, today around 5 PM on the west coast of Sweden, which is already pitch black outside, me and my dad went for a walk in the forest maybe 10 minutes from civilization without any lights. The trail without street lights and no flashlights. We saw the trail fairly clearly. We quite often take walks and things like that, and we're talking about something mundane. We were right next to the lake and noticed a big group of maybe 50 ducks just chilling in the water close to the beach. Out of nowhere, maybe 25 feet in front of us, a creature ran across the trail from left and then continued down towards the lake, quickly disappearing out of sight. I'd say about 150 cm tall, on 4 legs, beige or brown colour. Really fast, made no noise of any kind while running. All the ducks in the area left and freak out and start flying and screaming. It feels like weird behaviour. I mean, if a deer goes past, they don't react like this. Just after the creature ran past, a heavy smell of iron and blood permeates the air. Both of us can smell it. I've never experienced a smell like it before, and I work in a hospital and deal with blood often. Personally, I'm fascinated by these kinds of events and definitely believe in different possibilities. My dad, however, is a hardcore skeptic, realistic person. He grew up on a farm in the middle of Sweden's forest and is fairly familiar with wildlife. Even he said that he's never seen anything like it before, or anything move that fast. We don't have many big mammals really too. The closest possibility is a deer, but they usually never come that close to people, and I've never seen one move so fast. And all their legs are roughly the same size, of course. Not like this thing seemed to have a significantly larger upper body though. I wrote Goat Man because I don't really know how to describe it, but it was such a weird moment in my life and is something that I can't really describe. Now I've had this story for 6 years, and I haven't really spoke about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful, and we're able to drive through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely nobody's around. We set up camp the next day, and we went hiking, soaked up in the hot springs, and come back and had dinner. It's all very normal until the next day. Now I need to give some context as to how we slept that night, so you can understand my confusion. Before we go to sleep, I put our food cooler and a stereo that we brought into the car and lock it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far right side of the tent away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent everything seems normal. We get out. Our campsite was in absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown over and things are scattered everywhere. Even the stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to a tree. All of the car doors are open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet, and not really the beautiful place that we saw yesterday. Everything feels wrong now. My ex accuses me of not locking the door the night before, and that an animal got our stuff, but I promise I locked it. I then go back into the tent to get the keys from my backpack, but they aren't there. I then found them later on the ground next to the car. We quickly throw everything into the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that night he had a dream that somebody was kneeling over him holding a gun, just staring at him. When I tried to question him more, he said he didn't want to talk about it, and that I shouldn't speak about it anymore. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something wrong happened to us those nights in the woods then, and I just cannot explain it. I'm a park ranger, and I'd like to share my story with you all today. More in the sense that I want to get some opinions on exactly what happened to me. I mean, I have my own view, but I guess in my line of duty I probably think differently about threats and dangers, so I really want the outside perspective. I haven't really spoke to too many of my friends about these things because, well, even where I work, I guess like rumours spread really easily and things. I mean, it wasn't the other day that I told people at my job that I was going to be leaving soon, and obviously I didn't give them permission to tell everybody else, but what happened? When I go back, I get complete random people that I barely even speak to saying, "Oh, you're leaving soon?" Yeah, I don't know, it's something that's always annoyed me. I just really don't like it or appreciate it. I feel like it's a big breach of trust, and with something like this happening to me, I don't want that to be the case, but like I said, I want to hear what people think about my experience in my own words, not from the words of others who have potentially misconstrued of what happened, and the truth is what's important here. So, as I said, I'm a park ranger, but I'm going to be leaving the job soon. Now, It's not in the sense that I don't enjoy it like I used to, I just kind of need to evolve as a person, and I think being out there on my own was good for a while, but not for too long. I'm kind of like a social butterfly in the sense that I really need to be around other people, and as much as I enjoy being out there, it kind of becomes the same picture each day, and regardless of how relaxed I feel, I really feel like I need more. And I'm probably too young to have this kind of job in some regards, but not in others. So, I was stationed somewhere that we have a beautiful lake. Now, this lake is absolutely gorgeous. It's one of the most blue ones that you'll ever see. I can't remember exactly why it was so blue, but it was a really beautiful thing. Now, on the day in particular that this event happened, everything was going like normal. I was doing a number of my duties, and, well, in my country, one of those duties is to pick up rubbish that people leave behind and litter and things, however you guys say it. I didn't really have an issue with this, it just annoyed me because sometimes in the sun it would make bags melt a bit, and I guess you can imagine how bad that actually smelled. It wasn't a nice thing. But again, someone had to do it, and often it was us. Now, I started picking up some litter which is on the trowel, and this actually annoyed me. I think, why on earth do people want to trash this place? I mean, literally, that's all they're doing. But I have my little grabber thing, and I'm putting everything inside the bag. So, to be honest, I'm actually enjoying the time more than I expected to at this point. The trees are given a really nice shade now, so there was no need for me to rush trying to get out of the sun. I have a camel pack, so I'm just constantly drinking from this on my journey. Now the bag gets pretty full, but I kind of had like a holster thing I could hook it onto, so it would kind of hang off the side of me if I use that stick, if that makes sense. But it wasn't too heavy, it was manageable really. Now while I'm doing this, I do notice something strange. There seems to be some kind of diving suit. Well, at least that's how it appears to me. It's probably like, I don't know if you've seen one of the Batmans with Penguin, but the old one. You know the cat lady, the thing she wore in that? It was more similar to that, but obviously it had been in the water at some point. Now, I stop for a moment and think to myself, well, we do get some people that go swimming here, but you wouldn't really want to wear this for that job. And I think this is pretty bizarre. Now, I prod around a little bit, and I'm worried that maybe it's something weird that shouldn't be here. I gather my thoughts for a moment and realise that it's probably best if I just continue on my way. I'm going to have to come back for it another time. This is quite annoying really, because I have to go all the way back and get another one of those smelly bags to take this thing. I did try and lift it up originally with my grabber thing, but it was far too heavy and I don't want that dripping on me while I'm walking. It will not be a fun time. But I'm prepared for this and I continue on my trail. I get to a point where I decide that now's a good time to get some food in me and stop for a little bit. I'm eating some of my sandwiches and I've got some peanuts with me when I notice something drifting off in the lake. It's really bizarre. It kind of looks like some kind of boat, but it's definitely not a canoe. It's slightly bigger than that. But it seems to just vanish suddenly. It's almost like it sunk down into the water. And I get a little suspicious of this. Now, bearing in mind that I'm actually seeing this through some trees and I'm not 100% convinced myself that what I'm seeing is actually real or not. I also had my cool shades on, so that probably made it a lot harder. I take them off though, and I still can't see much of anything. I don't really have the best of eyes to be honest, and annoyingly I left my glasses back at our old station office, whatever you call it. So, I stand there observing, and I don't see anything initially. I note this is odd, and I think, well, I've got some more trash to pick up, and I continue on my way. Now, one thing I'd like to note is that I didn't see anybody else during this time, which is a pretty bizarre thing because, well, usually you see a couple of people around, but today, it was like one of those western ghost towns of today, where nobody's there but people were once. So, I decided that I should probably get heading back now, but not before I take in a beautiful look at this lake. I think this is really nice here, and I actually take off my boots and take my socks off and put my feet in the water. I found it was a nice way to cool down, and that with the sun on your face is really a nice thing. And as I'm doing so, I hear something in the water. Now again, it sounds like somebody's thrown something, or there's a boat that's just come ashore. I look around, half expecting to see somebody dragging things up, but I can't see anyone or anything. I presume that maybe it's a fish, but I don't think the fish here are that big, and that's not how they would normally act. I decide instead that it's high time just to get back. Now the trash is smelling pretty bad at this point, and I kind of swung it round on itself so that way it wouldn't make that much of a smell when I was walking and would kind of seal on itself. And would you know, it splits open. So now I have to spend a while trying to put things on it again and getting it back to normal and kind of making the bag smaller and the smell stronger. As I'm doing this, I noticed some more trash up ahead of me, which is strange because I was sure I cleared the path perfectly. I now know that people probably come past here recently, and I go to pick it up. It looks like some kind of note, but I don't bother actually looking at it and just put it straight in the bag. I continue on my walk now, and eventually I get back, throw that nasty stuff away, and actually have a shower there. I know that's kind of like ironic to some people listening because obviously I still have to go back for the wetsuit thing, but I just don't want to smell bad. And I'm quite germophobic, I think that's how you say it, but I don't know, I just don't like germs at all, and I was starting to smell a bit where the bag had opened on myself, but not to worry. I have my nice shower and I get a big thick bag now. I make some notes of what I'm doing in the day because where I work we have to log everything that we're doing. It's just like a general process, but it's important for security reasons. So I say goodbye to the dirty clothes and step out in the new ones with the new bag and everything ready. Now there was some cloud cover, so it was a little bit darker, and it also meant I didn't need my sunglasses and I could in fact wear my normal glasses, which I was happier doing so. Now I'm able to see a lot more clear this time, and it probably would have been a good idea to bring them before, but that's in hindsight. So I start making my way again, and I realise that there's more and more trash. I keep on putting them in the bags again, and I think this is a little odd, and it's also annoyed me because obviously I've probably left the trail with this stuff and not realised it, so now I'm doubling up on my job. The other issue I have is that there's more important things for me to do later in the day. I actually have to install a sign somewhere later on, and I'm not looking forward to it because that thing's heavy. So I just continue on and eventually make it up to where that wetsuit thing is. Now that's the thing, I say where it is because I can't find it. I can find the silhouette where obviously it was in the water before and left a water print, but there's no wetsuit to be found. I look around everywhere and I really can't seem to find it. I think maybe it's drifted in again, and what do I see? Just floating off on the shoreline, I can see it, probably about a mile away or something, and it's on the other embankment. This is no issue for me though, my friend, because I have to go over there with that sign, so I'm not too bothered. I just think it's odd because it shouldn't have been able to slip down because it was actually on some high ground, but not the kind something could roll off of, so I think this is bizarre, but again, I think maybe I'm having a bad day and I'm going a bit senile, or I don't know. So I just pick up more and more trash, and that's when I notice something odd. It all seems to be paper with things scrawled onto it, and I think, well, someone must have done some weird art project, or it was some young kid that was doing drawings and their parents didn't want to take it home. Okay, but that doesn't explain why it wasn't there earlier. So I quickly retraced my steps and ended up finishing the trash rounds. Ah yes, my favourite part of being a ranger that I missed so much, and what was actually an addition to what I was doing originally, but we'll talk about that another time. Now, I start walking back and I have a strange feeling. It's almost like there was somebody else there with me, but of course there's no one around. It actually isn't uncommon to have this feeling and sense, and I don't know, I'm not going to say that I'm someone that picks up on these things well, but it's just a feeling I'd noticed a few times before in this line of work. You're taught actually to listen to it and not ignore it because it might be a sign of, I don't know, somebody in danger. But I checked the log and there's no such reports, so I know that there's definitely nothing wrong. So I just kind of shake it off and get back. Now I'm a bit more annoyed because I have to bring this heavy signpost, but that's fine. At least I'm actually going to get that thing that I saw earlier. I decide once again not to log it though because I'm going to have a long day at this point. So I start my trek. I have to walk quite a number of miles to get through to the other side of the lake. And as I'm walking I notice something. There's two people in a canoe, but I can't really make out much about them. They're kind of in the shadow side of a cloud, if you know what I mean, so I can't really see any details in particular. But they're not supposed to be here. I know that much for absolute certain, and I wave at them and call out. What was a little creepy is they both stop and seem to stare at me. And it could be my eyes playing tricks on me, but it almost looks like one of them's wearing a kind of plague doctor outfit. It's not exactly the same as like the European ones that we had, but it's not far off, and I think this is really weird. Again, I haven't got the best of eyes, and stupidly I don't have binoculars with me, so I can't get a closer look. But I decide that I should meet them on the other side because I think maybe they're the ones who have the wetsuit, and I have a few questions for them. So I start walking now. Every so often I can make them out for a little bit, but then they dart in between trees. My line of view is blocked is what I'm saying basically, but I'm a persistent being, so I keep going. Now, it doesn't take too long, and eventually I get to roughly where they should be, but they're nowhere to be found. I don't know if you guys have seen Pirates of the Caribbean, but it's almost like when the boat just sunk into the water of that weird guy with the tentacles, but they've just vanished now. I'm not really sure exactly what to make of this, but I can only presume that yes, they have gone to the other side of the embankment. Now, I'm not too much further away now, but I'm getting a bit irritated now because this is the kind of stuff that makes you have a really long day. And guess what? My boss doesn't care. He'll just let me have overtime when I'm working till like 9 or 10 at night, then want me to come in at 8 AM the next day. Yeah, you can imagine why I had to leave this place, but anyway, I digress now. So, I'm not too much further away now, and I'm very perplexed about as to where they could have specifically gone. It really doesn't make sense to me how they've just gone under. I mean, is there some kind of big iceberg which I'm missing and they've gone into it like the Titanic? Maybe, but the water doesn't feel that cold. Now, I was so curious as to where they went, I was half tempted to go for a swim. I mean, it'd be quicker than walking, but obviously I'm not going to do that. So I just make my way over to the embankment, and there it is. The wetsuit. It seems to have come snagged upon some logs and things that have fallen off from trees, so I go over to it. And that's when I suddenly feel fear come across my entire body, and I'm kind of froze, just fixated on it without thinking. It suddenly hits me, this could actually be a body. It doesn't look like the wetsuit I saw before, and I think maybe this is a person who's drowned. And I get some adrenaline, and I very slowly proceed. Something feels a little off about this situation, and it literally looks like a headless thing there. I get a big stick and I decide to poke it. I know that's 100% not what I'm supposed to do in this line of duty, but I don't know. There's nothing else I can actually think of doing that's probably going to work now. And that's when I realise something rather bizarre. Some kind of stuffing comes out, and it's not a body at all. It's almost like a farmland scarecrow, but it kind of looks weirdly put together, almost like the Catwoman suit. No, this is where things are really weird, because this was the thing I saw earlier, but it didn't have anything in it. So that raises a question. Who filled this thing up, and why was it here on this bank? I think that's really weird, so what do I do next? Well, I grab another stick,
an even bigger one this time, and kind of drag it ashore. And there's some stuff in falling out, which is kind of like originally a white colour, but it's gone to more of a dark cream, I guess. And I'm able to take it ashore, and I leave it there. I'm staring at this thing, which is almost like the farmland thing I said about, but not quite, and I don't know what to make of it. I finally call out, "Hey, whatever you're doing, you're not supposed to be." And I get a response, at least in my head, telling me to get out of there. Now, I guess some of my survival instincts finally kicked in, and to be honest, they're not always the best at all times. Not again for the work I was doing, but that's another reason I left, but hey. So, I start walking back now, deciding that this is something I should probably tell the guys about, and not necessarily investigate alone. I mean, all we've got between me and the relative safety of our office building thing, well, not a building, but you know what I mean, is the water, and I'm not going to swim. That's when I see what appears to be the two figures I saw earlier, this time on the shoreline. Now I get a much better look at them this time, and this is pretty bizarre what I see. I can see they've stopped to look at me, and one's tall but the other's relatively small. They're dressed exactly the same. They have kind of like a weird half pointy hat on, and kind of not exactly a robe but some kind of gown on, in a weird black but waxy outfit. It's different from what the mannequin was, but they don't say a word. I call out and do a big Y symbol with my hands trying to get their attention, but this doesn't work. I have a weird feeling about this, and this is another weird thing. They both start walking towards me, literally into the water. They walk until they're about head height until they just stop, and seem to vanish underwater. Now, this only took about 10 seconds, and I decided I was going to wait them out, and finally they resurfaced again. Now both going in different directions. One is going towards our station place, and the other is coming more towards me, walking slowly along the shoreline. Now, I'm pretty confused here. I go around to look at that mannequin thing, and it's still there, but I decide that it's probably best if I get away from whatever this is. Now, annoyingly, I have to kind of trek through some of the more foresty area to get back. I wait for a little bit just to figure out where they're going, and definitely one's coming towards me, but annoyingly it's kind of blocking off the safe route that I already come along. I decide that I am going to have to go through this much more treacherous area, but that's fine. I've got some pretty good boots for it. Now, for some reason I didn't feel terribly under threat at this point. It's probably because the area was so nice, and it was quite a good sunny day, so I didn't feel too bad. The only way I can describe my feeling is like something was just way off, and I saw something I wasn't supposed to. Now, again, I don't always react with the best survival instincts, so I didn't have anything to arm myself. I just decided to pick up a stick. Funnily enough, it wasn't even a big one, but I guess I could have launched it at somebody if needed, and maybe they would flinch react and that would give me time to run away, so yes, this is the escape plan. Now, this scarecrow thing goes out of sight for quite a while, and I just stop. I think, well, why am I getting so scared of this? Is this really a threat? Or am I the ranger here, who's in control of the situation? And I relax myself a lot more. Now, I'm stood like this for probably about 20 or so minutes, just really confused as to what to do, and I now realise that I was probably in shock a little bit, but at the time I didn't know that. I just thought I was dealing with the situation accordingly to what I could see around me. And now, as I'm standing there, I can hear something breaking through the trees. I think, God, what now? And I quickly take a step back, and I manage to get behind a tree. And I then catch sight of it. I can see one of those things now. It's a smaller one, but where its face should be, it's wearing some kind of skull mask, and it has black face paint on. Now, I'm telling you this because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I really couldn't. And what do I do in this situation? I get my stick and throw it as far as I can to try and distract this thing. And then it dances towards it, almost like a dog going after some kind of treat or animal, but literally dancing while doing so. I now have some real fear running through my bones, and I start making my way in the opposite direction. Now, I couldn't hear this thing, it almost just gone silent again, and whatever this is, person or God knows what, didn't seem to be following me, and I let my guard down a bit. I've now come to the conclusion that there's some pretty weird cult people out here, and maybe they're trying to get me, and maybe, just maybe, I've come across some kind of crime scene they don't want me to know about. So, I have to start making my way now, tediously, around the lake, to try and get to relative safety, and my mind slips. I completely forget about the other one. Now, I make it probably about halfway across to the relative safety and where I have a truck, but I hear something up ahead of me again. This time it sounds much more forceful and quick, so I quickly duck down. I laid there for probably a good 5 minutes until I lock eyes with it. It was an animal. I can't remember exactly what animal it was like a big rodent, but it slowly makes its merry way towards the water, and I kind of curse myself a bit just for being so scared. I say, come on, you have to get a hold of yourself and get a grip now. Now what's especially bizarre is that's when I notice it, what appears to be a body floating in the lake. I now realise that this is that thing I'd moved earlier. It was now floating further across, and I observe it until it comes up on the bank again, and then I see it. That person goes to grab it, but they're assisted by another one, equally as tall as them. I now realise that there's at least 3 people here. They're dressed exactly the same, and they drag this over to the shore and leave it there. Now, I was really glued into the spot for quite a long time. I'd actually stared at this whole event taking place for so long that when I looked away, my eyes took a long while to adjust to not looking at bright things again. And it was almost like, I don't know what you call it, snow blindness, but I was pretty much experiencing a form of this, because I'd been staring at God knows what this was for so long now. And I'll take a deep breath, look around and realise that I'm gonna have to get myself out of here. Now, I'd actually gone off the path that I was on earlier, and I'm on a bit of a rough area a little bit, and it's not really good for crossing. I now know that I can take the long route to get back, and that's what I decide to do. I have to crawl across some areas and I'm probably gonna get wet, but that's kind of the least of my issues at this specific point. I can kind of go into one of the streams that actually feeds the larger lake that I've just come from, and I'm kind of doing like a military prone crawl around here. I don't know who these folks are, but for all I know there could be 100 of them out of here, and I'm on my own, so even though I'm not the smallest and I'm a little bit built, I really don't like my chances, and things like this really give me the heebie-jeebies, so yes, it's time to escape. Now, as I'm crawling, I don't hear anything. I still have another stick that I've picked up, and for some reason it made me feel a lot more safe. Maybe it's some kind of primitive thing and that's why cavemen always seem to have sticks, but in this specific moment, that's what made me feel better and that's what counts. I wasn't that far away from safety, but I come up to the first kind of wetland area, and I really feel a bit cold because of the water. I've also managed to scratch up my elbows and my belly and my knees a bit, and I'm now bleeding. I was a little bit worried about getting infected because it's quite dirty here, and you can imagine there's all kinds of bacteria and insects, and I hate both. I know some of you are probably asking, why did I do this job if I don't like those things, and I can't tell you that. I don't really know myself. But now, I'm not too far away from the relative safety of things that I know. I managed to come up to kind of like a clearing where I can actually see across to the lake. I'm pretty worried now that maybe they've followed me around, but there's no one in sight. Now my own breathing was pretty heavy now, but then I hear another kind of breathing not too far away from me. This sounds like quite a heavy breathing, almost like it's being filtered through something. Not exactly like Fader's one, but maybe 10% similar. Almost like that you're wearing something over your face. Not a scarf, but like a plastic one. And I stop dead. I can hear this breathing, but I can't figure out where it's coming from. I know it can't be far away. It never seems to get closer though, and now I don't have the element of surprise because I cannot gauge it. I try my best to stay still and I feel my legs starting to shake, so I tense up my leg muscles and stop myself from shaking. Now this breathing does not stop whatsoever, and I'm now at a point where I must go forward to try and get to better things, and I decide that I should slowly but carefully crawl my way forwards once again. I decided that I wasn't going to stop crawling no matter what, and that's what I start doing. Now I realise that the breathing sound is slowly getting further away with each crawl that I make forward. I managed to get about 5 minutes further from this point and I can't hear the breathing anymore. I decide it's safe to look up, and that's when I see it. Some dark figure not too far off, but this time on the other side. That's when I can see it. There's burning. I try and figure out exactly where this thing is specifically, and I'm able to approximate it to where I saw that wetsuit thing before, or the farm figure, whatever it is. There's a very thick black smoke coming off of it. I'm quite worried now that there's going to be a forest fire, but it doesn't seem likely because it's close to the shore, but that raises the question, how did that fire start and why is it there? Now, I'm not sure what to do at this point, and I start crawling again. I'm not sure whether there's multiple fires or only one, but I know that I'm not going to stick around to find out. And I eventually crawl up to the point that I'm not too far away from the station now. I start to feel a little bit better, and then I feel it breathing on my neck. Now I don't know if any of you have ever experienced this before, but my god man, it's like somebody takes your soul. It's almost like your brain accepts, maybe it's some kind of prehistoric man thing, but it accepts that you've been captured and you have a second to make a decision. So, with my stick in hand, almost like it was second nature, I turn around and swing as hard as I can, literally with my eyes closed, and there it is, whack. I feel a sudden pain in my hand, and I realise that I'm bleeding. My hand's now wet. I realise that some of the stick has shattered and splintered into my hand, and that's when I see it. Somebody hits the ground with a large thud, and I can't make out a face, but they're dressed in some really weird kind of occultist outfit. It's like a weird dark robe, and then I get up and run. Now this person was pretty big, probably 6 feet and at least 200 pounds, but I couldn't stop to take in too many details, and before I knew it, I make it back to the station, and I actually take off my shirt to try and stop my hand from bleeding because I was worried I was going to bleed out. I quickly get in and scream on the radio for backup and help. While the radio is still on, I make a call out to the local fire responders and say that there's a fire here. I'm not sure what to do, so I quickly go to the kitchen area and get all of the knives and hide them away. I get the biggest one I can find and I grab that. I lock all of the doors and stay on the radio with my friends, who are also my colleagues here. They can't believe what I'm telling them, and apparently the fire people are going to get there first. I warn them that there's strange individuals out here, and they say they understand. It must have took about another 40 minutes though of waiting in agony before they finally get here. And once they do, I quickly point out to where the fire was. It's now gone out and they say that they're going to investigate. Eventually a few others who work here also arrive and some law enforcements too, and they say that they're going to take over the search from here. I give the exact location of what had happened, and one of the policemen who's first aid trained actually helps to get my hand patched up. I'd really hurt my hand, but luckily it wasn't broken or fractured, which is a good thing. Now, I ended up waiting in that station for quite a long time, until eventually the fire people come back first and say there's no signs of fire, just some ashes where something was burned. They said it was clothing, but they couldn't determine which because of the fire, but there was definitely no immediate threat, and that was a relief. That was my biggest fear. A beautiful place like this should not burn to the ground, and if there's one person that can stop it, I'm gonna make sure it's me. Now second, the police come back and say that they really can't find anyone, and they ask for an entire report of exactly what had happened. I give them everything, and they kind of doubt what I was saying, constantly saying, "Are you sure this is what happened?" And I say yes, and they start doing some weird things, like asking if I've taken any prescription drugs or anything. I say yes. How do you think this happened to my hand? And they say that they're going to keep some people stationed here and try and investigate until they find out what's happened. Now, eventually I got put to a different area. In fact, it wasn't even to do with the forest, it was actually on the admin side. Eventually I had to leave the job because I just couldn't bear the thought of going back there. Now, we were never able to find out exactly how many people were there, or what they were doing, or why they were there. And since there's no reports of similar events happening, I can only imagine that it was some kind of cults doing some really weird, ritual or whatever they want to do out there. And maybe they were trying to capture me for some kind of human sacrifice or God knows what. I'm just very happy that I managed to stop at least one of those and give them a taste of their own medicine before they got me.